Let me tell you something most people don't understand until it's too late. Life doesn't break everyone. It only breaks the ones who are ready to change. If you're going through a hard season right now, if everything feels unstable, if people are leaving, if your plans are failing, if your confidence is collapsing, it doesn't automatically mean you're cursed. It may mean you're being released from an old life that was never meant for your soul. Buddhism teaches that suffering is not always an enemy. Suffering is often a teacher, because it forces you to see what you were ignoring. It forces you to face what you were running from. And it forces you to let go of what you kept holding on to, even though it was destroying you from the inside. So if life feels cruel right now, stay with me, because by the end of this video, you will understand why your toughest times might secretly be the greatest gift you ever receive. 1. Life breaks what you refuse to let go of. One of the deepest truths Buddhism teaches is that attachment becomes the hidden reason behind most suffering, because when you hold on too tightly to something that is changing, temporary, or simply not meant to stay in your life, your heart starts suffering every day. Attachment means you begin to believe your happiness and peace depend on a person, a relationship, a plan, or a dream. And the moment it starts slipping away, your mind panics because it feels like your whole life is falling apart. Buddhism explains that the real problem is not always the loss itself. The real problem is the clinging, because clinging makes you fight reality. And when you fight reality, you suffer twice. First from what is happening, and then from your refusal to accept it. Many people don't realize this, but you can be attached to someone who no longer values you, attached to friends who only come around when they need something, attached to a relationship that keeps breaking your confidence, or attached to a dream that once inspired you but now feels heavy and stressful. Sometimes you hold on to a person who changed, not because they still treat you well, but because you miss who they used to be, and you keep waiting for that old version of them to come back. Sometimes you hold on to a life that looks perfect from the outside, but inside you feel drained and empty, because you are living for appearance instead of peace. And the hardest part is that you keep telling yourself, just wait a little more, just try a little harder. But many times that is not patience. It is fear. Fear of being alone, fear of starting over, and fear of accepting that something has ended. Life does not reward clinging, it rewards wisdom. And wisdom means knowing when something is no longer healthy for your heart and mind. Wisdom means you stop forcing what keeps hurting you. Wisdom means you stop begging for love that should be given freely. Wisdom means you stop fixing people who refuse to change. That is why sometimes life starts breaking your comfort, breaking your relationships, breaking your plans, and shaking your whole routine, because you were never meant to stay attached to something that is slowly destroying your peace. 2. Tough times reveal who you really are. Tough times are not just random bad luck, and they are not proof that you are weak or failing. In Buddhism, difficult moments are seen as a mirror because they don't create a new version of you. They reveal the truth of who you already are inside. When life is easy, almost everyone looks confident, almost everyone looks calm, and almost everyone looks strong. But when life becomes heavy, when pressure enters your days, when people disappoint you, when plans collapse, and when your heart feels tired, that is when your real mindset becomes visible. Hard times reveal what you truly believe, what you truly fear, and what you truly depend on for peace. This is why suffering is such a powerful teacher. It shows you whether your strength is real or only temporary. It shows you whether your mind is disciplined or uncontrolled. It shows you whether you can stay grounded when life is shaking you, or whether you fall into panic, anger, and overthinking. Because the truth is, anyone can act peaceful when nothing is testing them. Anyone can talk about patience when they are not being challenged. But real patience is revealed when you are hurt, and you still choose wisdom. Real strength is revealed when life is unfair and you still choose calm. Real growth is revealed when everything is breaking and you still refuse to break your own soul. Buddhism teaches that your mind should not become your enemy during storms. Most people suffer more in their thoughts than in reality. One bad event happens, and the mind turns it into 100 fears. One rejection happens, and the mind turns it into shame. One failure happens, and the mind turns it into a final judgment. Tough times reveal this habit clearly, because when life becomes difficult, your thoughts become louder. And that is why these moments are sacred, because they show you exactly what needs to be healed. They show you the wounds you were hiding under distractions. They show you the insecurities you ignored when life was comfortable. They show you the attachments you didn't want to admit. The storm reveals what peace you truly have, not on good days, but on painful days. And here is the part most people don't understand. Tough times also reveal your real priorities. When life is comfortable, you chase many things that don't matter. You chase attention, you chase approval, you chase ego, you chase comfort, and you waste energy trying to impress people who don't even care. But when life becomes hard, your soul becomes honest. Suddenly you don't care about showing off. Suddenly you don't care about being perfect. Suddenly you don't care about winning in front of people. You start craving something deeper than success. You start craving peace. You start craving inner stability. You start craving the ability to breathe without fear. And this craving is not weakness, it is wisdom, because it means you are finally waking up. That is why Buddhism teaches that suffering can become the doorway to your transformation. Because when everything is going wrong, you finally stop running, you finally stop pretending, you finally stop hiding from yourself. You sit with your own mind, and you realize what is toxic inside you, what thoughts are destroying you, what emotions you keep feeding, and what beliefs are keeping you trapped. And once you see it clearly, you gain power, because awareness is the first step to freedom. So if life is testing you right now, don't only ask, "Why is this happening to me?" Ask, "What is this trying to show me?" Because the strongest people are not the ones who never struggle. They are the ones who learn during struggle. Tough times reveal your true face, and if you let them teach you, they will not destroy you. They will rebuild you into someone wiser, calmer, and stronger than you have ever been before. 3. Pain is not your enemy, your resistance is. Most people believe pain is the thing that destroys them, but Buddhism teaches a deeper truth that changes everything. Pain is not your enemy. Pain is natural. Pain is part of life. It happens to everyone. Losing someone hurts. Getting rejected hurts. Being betrayed hurts. Failing hurts. Feeling alone hurts. Watching your plans collapse hurts. These things are not signs that life hates you. They are signs that you are alive and that you are experiencing change, because nothing in this world stays the same forever. The real danger is not the pain itself. The real danger is the way your mind reacts to pain, because the mind can turn one painful moment into a prison that lasts for years. Buddhism explains that pain is the first arrow and resistance is the second arrow. The first arrow is what happens to you, a heartbreak, a loss, a struggle, a difficult time. You didn't choose it, but it happened. The second arrow is what you do inside your mind after it happens. The overthinking, the blaming, the replaying, the imagining worst-case scenarios, and the constant question, why me? This second arrow is the one that makes suffering heavy. This second arrow is the one that keeps you awake at night. This second arrow is the one that turns temporary pain into permanent damage. The reason you feel so exhausted is not only because life is hard, it's because your mind is fighting life every single day. When something painful happens, the mind immediately tries to control it. It starts saying, "This shouldn't have happened." It starts saying, "It's not fair." It starts saying, "I can't accept this." And then you begin resisting reality. You resist what already happened. You resist what you cannot change. You resist the truth that this chapter has ended. And the more you resist, the more you suffer, because reality does not bend for your emotions. Reality does not reverse because your heart is broken. Reality moves forward, and when you refuse to move with it, you feel stuck, you feel trapped, and you feel like life is punishing you. But life is not punishing you. Your resistance is punishing you. Think about it like this in a simple way. If you fall and get a small wound, it hurts, but it can heal. But if every day you keep touching it, scratching it, reopening it, and making it bleed again, it never heals. That is what resistance does to your heart. The event happened once, but your mind keeps reopening it again and again. You keep replaying the conversations. You keep replaying the moment you got disrespected. You keep replaying the betrayal. You keep replaying what you should have said. You keep replaying the disappointment. And every time you replay it, your body reacts again. Your chest feels heavy again. Your stomach tightens again. Your mood breaks again, and you suffer again. This is why Buddhism teaches mindfulness, because mindfulness stops the constant reopening of the wound. Mindfulness means you learn to observe your pain without becoming it. You stop saying, "This pain is me." You start saying, "This pain is something passing through me." You stop saying, "I am broken." You start saying, "I am feeling broken right now, but this is not permanent." You stop saying, "My life is finished." You start saying, "This is one difficult phase, and it will change." This small shift is powerful because the moment you understand your feelings are temporary, they stop controlling you like a dictator. When you stop feeding pain with panic, it loses its power. When you stop feeding pain with obsession, it becomes lighter. When you stop feeding pain with fear, it begins to calm down. Resistance also shows up when you keep demanding answers from life that life will never give. Sometimes people spend years asking, "Why did they leave me? Why did this happen to me? Why didn't I get what I wanted? Why was I treated like that?" And these questions never end, because some things in life don't come with explanations. The more you chase closure, the more you suffer, because you are trying to force clarity from something that was never meant to be clear. Buddhism teaches that peace does not always come from understanding everything. Peace often comes from accepting that not everything needs an explanation to be released. This is why acceptance is not weakness, acceptance is strength. Acceptance does not mean you agree with what happened. Acceptance does not mean you like what happened. Acceptance means you stop arguing with reality. You stop wasting your energy fighting what cannot be changed. You stop demanding life to undo what is already done. Acceptance means you say, "This happened, and I can't change it, but I can change how I respond to it." And that response becomes your freedom. When you accept reality, your mind becomes quieter, your body becomes calmer, your emotions stop attacking you so violently, you stop living inside the past, and you start living inside the present. You stop feeling like a victim, and you start feeling like a warrior who is learning. You stop collapsing every day, and you start rebuilding slowly. And the most beautiful part is that when you stop resisting pain, pain transforms. It becomes a teacher. It becomes a guide. It becomes a force that shapes your wisdom instead of destroying your soul. So if you are going through something painful right now, understand this clearly. Pain is not here to end you. Pain is here to show you what needs to change. Your heartbreak is not here to ruin you. It is here to teach you what you tolerated for too long. Your failure is not here to shame you. It is here to show you what you must improve. Your loneliness is not here to punish you. It is here to bring you back to yourself. But all of this becomes possible only when you stop resisting, because the moment you stop fighting reality, you stop suffering inside it. And when you finally understand this lesson, you become powerful in a way that most people never reach. Because you stop being scared of pain, you stop running from discomfort. You stop collapsing when life becomes hard. You become the kind of person who can feel pain without being destroyed by it, and that is real freedom. 4. What feels like losing is often life saving you. One of the hardest things to accept in life is that sometimes the things you cry for are the same things that were quietly destroying you. Sometimes what you call a loss is actually a rescue, but your emotions can't see that in the moment because attachment makes you blind. Buddhism teaches that the mind suffers most when it is attached to outcomes, attached to people, attached to comfort, and attached to the idea that life should go exactly the way you planned. So when something falls apart, your first reaction is panic, because it feels like life is taking something away from you, and you automatically assume it means you are being punished. But many times, what is happening is the opposite. Life is protecting you. Life is saving you from a future that would have slowly crushed your peace. Think about how many people stay in situations that hurt them because they are afraid of endings. They stay in relationships where they are not respected. They stay connected to people who drain them. They stay chasing a dream that no longer gives them meaning. They keep forcing something to work because their ego doesn't want to accept that it is over. They tell themselves, "It will get better," not because it truly will, but because they don't want to face the pain of letting go. But Buddhism reminds us again and again that everything in life is impermanent, and when you try to hold something permanent in a world that is always changing, suffering becomes unavoidable. The more you cling, the more life will teach you through loss, because loss is the only language attachment understands. Sometimes life removes a person from you and you feel destroyed, not because you truly lost love, but because you lost the idea of what you thought that person would be for you. You lost the hope you were holding on to, you lost the fantasy you kept feeding, and that hurts deeply. But what you don't realize is that this person leaving may be the greatest protection you ever receive. Because some people don't leave loudly, they leave slowly. They stay physically present but emotionally absent. They stay close, but they stop valuing you. They stop choosing you. They stop respecting you, and your soul starts dying quietly every day, but you keep staying because you are scared of being alone. So life pushes them out, because life is tired of watching you beg for love you should never have to beg for. Life is tired of watching you suffer for someone who doesn't even feel guilty. Life is tired of watching you abandon yourself just to keep someone else. Sometimes life closes a door you wanted so badly, a job, an opportunity, a business deal, a plan you had in your head, and you feel frustrated because you think it was meant for you. You start saying, "Why did this happen? Why is nothing working?" But Buddhism teaches that desire can become a trap, because when you want something too badly, you stop seeing clearly. You stop noticing the warning signs. You stop noticing the stress it would bring. You stop noticing how it would have changed you into someone anxious, obsessed, and constantly fearful. So life blocks it, not to punish you, but to redirect you towards something that will not destroy your inner peace. Many times what you call failure is actually life's mercy. Sometimes life breaks your routine, breaks your comfort, breaks your friendships, and even breaks your confidence, and you feel like you are losing yourself. But in reality, life is breaking the version of you that was too weak to say, "Enough." The version of you that kept tolerating disrespect, the version of you that kept staying where you were not valued, the version of you that kept shrinking your dreams just to fit inside someone else's small mindset, the version of you that kept people-pleasing, over-explaining, and over-giving, hoping that one day someone will finally choose you back. Life breaks that version of you because that version cannot survive in your next level. That version is too emotionally dependent, too fearful, too attached. And if you stayed that way, you would have lived your whole life emotionally controlled by the actions of other people. This is why Buddhism teaches that suffering is not always an enemy. Suffering is sometimes the teacher that saves you from yourself. Because many times the biggest danger is not life. The biggest danger is your own attachment. Your attachment makes you return to what hurts you. Your attachment makes you chase what drains you. Your attachment makes you stay where you are not respected. Your attachment makes you ignore your intuition. And when you ignore your intuition long enough, life steps in and creates separation. Not to break your heart, but to free your soul. A painful ending can actually be a clean ending. A clean ending that stops you from wasting more years. A clean ending that stops you from losing more self-respect. A clean ending that stops you from becoming bitter. And yes, it will hurt, because endings always hurt, but that pain is temporary. What is not temporary is the peace you gain when you finally stop carrying what was never meant to stay with you. This is why people who go through hard losses later become the strongest people in the room, because they finally understand that losing something is not always losing. Sometimes losing is winning. Sometimes the reason life removed something was because it was blocking your growth. Sometimes the reason you got rejected was because you were being redirected. Sometimes the reason everything collapsed was because it was built on something unstable, and when it collapses, it makes space for something real to enter your life. So if you feel like you are losing right now, pause and breathe before you call it a curse. Because what feels like losing might be life saving you from deeper pain, deeper damage, and a future where you would have slowly lost your peace, your identity, and your self-worth. And one day, when your mind becomes calm again and your vision becomes clear, you will look back and realize the truth. Life didn't destroy you, life protected you, and what you thought was the end was actually the beginning of your freedom. 5. The breaking is a spiritual detox. When life is breaking you, it rarely feels spiritual in the moment. It feels cruel, it feels unfair, it feels like you are being tested beyond your limit. It feels like your patience is running out, your heart is getting heavier, and your mind is becoming tired of carrying the same stress every day. You look around and wonder why things seem easier for other people, why they look calm while you feel like you are drowning silently, and why the world keeps moving while your inner world feels like it is collapsing. But Buddhism teaches something that completely changes the meaning of what you are going through. It teaches that some breakdowns are not punishments, some breakdowns are purification, some breakdowns are detox. And sometimes life breaks you only because it is trying to remove what has been poisoning your spirit for years. A detox is never comfortable. A detox is painful because it forces out what your body has been relying on, what it has been addicted to, and what it has been carrying quietly inside. And your soul also goes through detox. Your mind also goes through detox. Your heart also goes through detox. That is why your hard season feels like chaos, because it is not only life-changing around you, it is life-cleansing inside you. Buddhism teaches that suffering becomes a fire, and fire does one thing better than anything else. It burns illusion. It burns what is fake. It burns what is weak. It burns what is not real. It burns the comfortable lies you were living under, the lies that kept you trapped, the lies that kept you attached, and the lies that kept you repeating the same patterns while thinking you were just living life. Before the storm came, you may not have even realized how much emotional weight you were carrying. You were carrying expectations that were not yours. You were carrying pressure to prove yourself. You were carrying the need to impress people. You were carrying old pain that you never healed properly. You were carrying regret from the past. You were carrying guilt you didn't deserve. You were carrying sadness you kept hiding behind laughter. You were carrying anger you kept swallowing so you don't look weak. And slowly, silently, you became someone who looked fine on the outside but felt exhausted on the inside. This is what happens to many people. They live life on autopilot. They wake up, repeat the same habits, chase the same distractions, and keep moving without ever listening to what their heart is begging for. They ignore the signs because comfort feels safer than change. They ignore the inner voice because facing it feels uncomfortable. They ignore their mental health because they are too busy trying to survive. And then life comes like a strong wave and knocks them down, not to humiliate them, but to wake them up, not to destroy them, but to cleanse them, not to end them, but to restart them. Buddhism teaches that suffering forces you into awareness. In easy times, your mind is asleep. You live casually. You waste time. You forget gratitude. You forget discipline. You forget the value of your life. You take your health for granted. You take your time for granted. You take your relationships for granted. You take your peaceful days for granted. You don't appreciate silence. You don't appreciate stability. You don't appreciate the simple blessing of breathing without anxiety. But when suffering arrives, suddenly you become awake. Suddenly you see what matters. Suddenly you realize you were chasing things that did not give you peace. Suddenly you realize you were investing energy into people who never gave it back. Suddenly you realize how much of your stress was self-created because you were trying to control everything. This is why suffering has a strange spiritual power. It strips away distractions. It forces you to look inward. It forces you to see yourself clearly. A spiritual detox begins when life takes away the things you were using to escape. Some people escape with attention. Some people escape with relationships. Some people escape with friends. Some people escape with social media. Some people escape with music, games, entertainment, work, or constant busyness. Anything that stops them from sitting alone with their own thoughts. Anything that stops them from feeling what they have been avoiding. But when life breaks things, it removes these escapes. Suddenly you cannot hide. Suddenly the noise becomes quiet. Suddenly you are alone with your mind. And that is when the detox becomes real, because now you are forced to face your inner world. And many people fear this moment. They think, I can't handle being alone with my thoughts. They think, if I stop distracting myself, I will collapse. But Buddhism teaches that the mind only feels unbearable because you never trained it. A wild mind will always feel dangerous. A mind without discipline will always feel like it's attacking you. A mind that is addicted to comfort will always panic during storms. And that is why life brings storms, because storms force you to train your mind, whether you want to or not. This detox reveals your attachments. It reveals the things you depend on emotionally. It reveals the habits you use to cope. It reveals the way you react to stress. It reveals the way you speak to yourself when things go wrong. It reveals whether you become patient or become bitter. It reveals whether you become calm or become chaotic. It reveals whether you become stronger or become weaker. And the painful part is that you cannot lie to yourself during detox. You cannot pretend. You cannot hide behind confidence, because life has stripped away everything that used to cover your wounds. Now you see the real wound. Now you see what needs healing. This is why Buddhism teaches that suffering is a teacher. It teaches you lessons that comfort never will. Comfort makes you lazy. Comfort makes you careless. Comfort makes you forget. Comfort makes you think you have time forever. But suffering makes you humble. Suffering makes you wise. Suffering makes you grateful. Suffering makes you strong. Suffering makes you conscious. Suffering forces you to grow up emotionally. Think about it in a simple way. If you never face difficulty, you never develop patience. If you never face loss, you never learn detachment. If you never face rejection, you never learn self-worth. If you never face loneliness, you never learn to enjoy your own company. If you never face failure, you never learn resilience. If you never face fear, you never learn courage. So the pain you are going through is not meaningless. It is shaping you. It is training you. It is burning away your weakness so your strength can become real. A spiritual detox also reveals your ego. Ego is not just arrogance. Ego is the part of you that wants control. It is the part of you that wants certainty. It is the part of you that wants life to go exactly as planned. It is the part of you that says, "This should not happen to me." It is the part of you that believes you deserve comfort all the time. But Buddhism teaches that ego is the cause of suffering because ego resists change. Ego resists impermanence. Ego wants to keep life stable. But life is not stable. Life changes every day. People change. Emotions change. Circumstances change. The world changes. Your body changes. Your mind changes. And when you fight this truth, you suffer. So when life breaks your plans, it is breaking your ego. When life makes you uncomfortable, it is breaking your ego. When life forces you to start over, it is breaking your ego. And when ego breaks, something beautiful happens. Your soul becomes lighter, your mind becomes calmer, your heart becomes more peaceful, because you stop demanding life to be perfect. You stop expecting people to never disappoint you. You stop expecting the world to always treat you fairly. You accept reality as it is, and that acceptance becomes your freedom. This detox is also removing false identity. Many people don't suffer because of life itself. They suffer because they are attached to who they think they are supposed to be. They are attached to the image they built. They are attached to the role they play. They are attached to being the good child, the strong one, the successful one, the perfect one, the always happy one, the never weak one. And keeping that identity becomes exhausting. Because you start living to maintain an image instead of living for truth. And life eventually breaks that image because it is not real. Life breaks it so you can return to authenticity, so you can return to honesty. So you can finally breathe. Sometimes your hard season is not about external problems. Sometimes it is your soul screaming that you are living a life that is not yours. That you are forcing yourself into a path that does not fulfill you. That you are staying in a place you have outgrown. That you are tolerating a life that does not match the person you are becoming. So life creates discomfort, because discomfort is the only thing that moves people. Without discomfort, most people stay stuck forever. Without discomfort, most people stay attached forever. Without discomfort, most people never change. This is why Buddhism respects suffering. It does not romanticize it, but it respects it, because suffering has purpose when you learn from it. A spiritual detox also teaches you the difference between pleasure and peace. Many people chase pleasure thinking it will make them happy, but pleasure is temporary. Pleasure is excitement. Pleasure is attention. Pleasure is validation. Pleasure is entertainment. Pleasure is distractions. Pleasure feels good for a moment, and then it disappears, leaving you empty again. Peace is different. Peace is calm. Peace is stability. Peace is inner strength. Peace is emotional control. Peace is the ability to breathe deeply, even when life is not perfect. Peace is not loud. Peace is not flashy. Peace is quiet power. And suffering pushes you toward peace because it makes you realize that pleasure is not enough. When you are in pain, you stop caring about showing off. You stop caring about proving yourself. You stop caring about impressing people. You stop caring about useless drama. You start craving peace. You start craving simplicity. You start craving emotional clarity. You start craving healing. And that shift is your awakening. And one of the most beautiful parts of this detox is that it teaches you self-love in a real way, not motivational self-love, not fake confidence, real self-love. Because during suffering, you begin to see where you betrayed yourself. You begin to see where you ignored your needs. You begin to see where you stayed too long. You begin to see where you kept accepting disrespect. You begin to see where you kept settling. And instead of blaming yourself with shame, you start learning with wisdom. You start forgiving yourself. You start rebuilding your boundaries. You start choosing your peace over your attachments. This is the detox. The detox is painful, but it is sacred. Another thing the detox removes is emotional dependency. Many people don't realize they are emotionally dependent until life takes away the person, the relationship, or the situation they depended on. Then they feel like they cannot survive. They feel like they cannot breathe. They feel like they are dying inside. But Buddhism teaches that dependence is suffering because it gives your power to something outside of you. It makes your happiness fragile. It makes your peace unstable. It makes your emotions controlled by others. So life breaks that dependency. It hurts, but it frees you. It forces you to build your own inner foundation. It forces you to learn how to stand alone. It forces you to stop needing anyone to complete you. You begin to realize that you were never meant to be completed by people. You were meant to be complete within yourself. People can add beauty to your life, yes, but they should not be your source of life. And once you learn this, you become strong in a quiet way. You stop fearing abandonment because you know you can survive. You stop fearing rejection because you know your worth is not negotiable. You stop fearing loneliness because you learn how to enjoy your own presence. This detox removes the illusion that you need permission to change. Many people stay stuck because they are scared of what others will say. They are scared of being judged. They are scared of being misunderstood. They are scared of disappointing people. So they live their whole life as a prisoner of opinions. But when suffering comes, something changes. Your pain becomes so heavy that you stop caring about opinions. You stop caring about impressing. You stop caring about fitting in. You start caring about healing. You start caring about survival. You start caring about peace. And this is where true freedom begins. This is why people who go through deep suffering often become the most mature people later. Because they stop living for external validation. They start living for inner truth. So, if life is breaking you right now, understand what is happening. Something inside you is being removed. Something inside you is being cleansed. Something inside you is being purified. It could be your toxic attachments. It could be your unhealthy habits. It could be your weak mindset. It could be your fear of change. It could be your dependency. It could be your ego. It could be your old identity. It could be your need for approval. Whatever it is, life is forcing it out because it is blocking your next level. The spiritual detox is uncomfortable, but it is necessary. And the reason it feels so intense is because you are not only losing external things, you are losing internal illusions. You are losing the old way you thought. You are losing the old way you lived. You are losing the old way you loved. You are losing the old way you reacted. And this loss feels like death, because it is the death of your old self. But in Buddhism, death is not always an ending. Death is also transformation. Death is also rebirth. Death is also release. This is why, after every painful season, people say, "I am not the same anymore," because you are not. That is the point. The breaking was never meant to keep you broken. It was meant to break what was false, so what is real can finally rise. And when you finally come out of this detox, you will notice something powerful. You will not be the same person who entered it. Your mind will be sharper, your boundaries will be stronger, your emotions will be calmer, your heart will be wiser, your energy will be cleaner, your focus will be deeper, your self-respect will be higher, and your peace will become something you protect like a sacred treasure, because you will finally understand how expensive peace is and how many people lose it because they never learn to let go. So don't look at your breaking as the end of your life. Look at it as the cleansing of your life. Look at it as the detox of your soul. Because when life breaks you, it is often doing what you were too afraid to do yourself. It is removing the poison, removing the illusions, removing the attachments, removing the weakness, and forcing you to step into a new version of yourself. A version of you that does not beg. A version of you that does not chase. A version of you that does not fear. A version of you that does not collapse. A version of you that understands peace. A version of you that has learned the greatest Buddhist truth of all. Everything changes. And when you stop resisting change, you stop suffering. And that is why the breaking is a spiritual detox. Because it hurts, but it heals. It destroys, but it rebuilds. It takes, but it gives. It ends a chapter, but it opens a door. And when you finally understand this, you will stop seeing hard times as a curse. You will start seeing them as a gift. A painful gift, yes, but a gift that frees you forever. 6. When you have nothing left, you find what truly matters. There comes a moment in life where you realize something that most people spend their whole lifetime avoiding. You realize that no one is coming to save you the way you always wished they would. Not because people are evil, not because the world is heartless, but because life was never designed to carry you forever. Life was designed to teach you how to stand, even when your knees are shaking. And when you reach this moment, it feels terrifying at first, because it feels like the ground beneath you disappears, and suddenly you are forced to face the one place you were running from your whole life. Your own mind, your own heart, your own truth. Buddhism teaches that this moment is not a punishment, it is a turning point. It is the moment your illusion breaks, and your real strength finally begins. Most people build their happiness like a house made of fragile glass. They depend on people staying, they depend on plans working, they depend on attention, they depend on comfort, they depend on being understood, they depend on being loved in a certain way. They depend on life being predictable, and as long as everything stays stable, they feel okay. But the moment life shakes them, everything collapses, because their happiness was never built on something solid. It was built on something outside. Buddhism warns us about this from the beginning. It teaches that attachment creates instability because anything outside of you can change, disappear, or break at any moment. People can leave, feelings can change, money can come and go. Health can rise and fall, success can disappear overnight. Nothing external is permanent. So, if your peace depends on external things, your peace will always be fragile. That is why life sometimes takes everything away, because it is forcing you to build something stronger inside. Life sometimes removes what you rely on, not to punish you, but to push you toward inner independence. And yes, this stage feels lonely, it feels heavy. It feels like you are being abandoned by the world. But Buddhism teaches that loneliness can become sacred because when you are alone, you finally stop performing, you finally stop pretending, you finally stop chasing, you finally stop living for approval, you finally stop hiding behind noise, and in that silence, you meet the version of yourself you were always too distracted to face. When you have nothing left, the first thing you lose is your distractions. Distractions are the most common addiction in the modern world. People distract themselves with endless scrolling, endless talking, Endless entertainment, endless drama, endless friendships, endless chasing, and endless searching for something to fill the emptiness inside. Many people don't even realize they are empty until the distractions are removed. They think they are fine, but the truth is they are just busy. They are just numb. They are just running. And life eventually stops you from running. It closes doors. It isolates you. It slows your world down. It removes people. It removes comfort. It removes stability. It removes certainty. And suddenly you are forced to sit with yourself. And when you sit with yourself, you begin to feel everything you were avoiding. You begin to feel the weight of old wounds. You begin to feel the pain of betrayal. You begin to feel the regret you never processed. You begin to feel the anger you kept hiding. You begin to feel the sadness you kept suppressing. You begin to feel the fear you kept laughing away. And it feels like you are breaking, but you are not breaking. You are waking up. You are finally allowing your emotions to breathe. You are finally allowing your soul to speak. Buddhism teaches that healing begins when you stop escaping, because you can't heal what you refuse to face. This is why tough seasons are powerful. They force honesty. They force awareness. They force you to stop lying to yourself. When everything collapses, you begin to see what truly matters, because the unnecessary things fall away automatically. Suddenly, you don't care about flexing. Suddenly, you don't care about fake friends. Suddenly, you don't care about being liked by everyone. Suddenly, you don't care about proving yourself to people who don't even understand you. Suddenly, you don't care about chasing someone who never chooses you back. Suddenly, you don't care about the opinions of people who don't pay your bills, don't heal your heart, and don't understand your battles. You begin to care about one thing only: peace. The ability to breathe without anxiety. The ability to sleep without overthinking. The ability to walk through life without feeling heavy all the time. Buddhism teaches that suffering refines your priorities. It turns your focus away from the outside world and back toward your inner world. It reminds you that your mind is your real home, because wherever you go, you carry your mind with you. So if your mind is restless, no place will feel peaceful. If your mind is full of fear, no achievement will feel enough. If your mind is full of attachment, no love will feel secure. And if your mind is full of negativity, no success will feel satisfying. That is why Buddhism focuses so much on training the mind, because a trained mind can live in peace, even in chaos. A wild mind will suffer even in comfort. When you have nothing left, you also learn the truth about people. Not everyone will stay, not everyone will understand you, not everyone will support you. And this truth hurts, because the heart wants loyalty. The heart wants someone to hold it during storms. The heart wants someone to choose it even when it's broken. But reality is different. Reality teaches you that most people love you when you are useful, when you are happy, when you are easy to be around. But when life hits you, many people disappear. And at first you feel betrayed, you feel abandoned, you feel bitter. But Buddhism teaches that this is not always something to hate. This is something to learn from, because it reveals who is real and who was temporary. It reveals who truly values you and who only valued what you could offer. And here is the biggest lesson. When people leave, you don't die. You only think you will die, because your mind is attached. Your mind believes your happiness needs people. Your mind believes your identity needs approval. Your mind believes your worth needs validation. But when life removes people, it gives you a chance to rebuild yourself in a deeper way, not on emotional dependency, but on inner strength. You start learning how to be okay alone. Not lonely, but okay. You start learning how to enjoy your own presence. You start learning how to sit with your thoughts without collapsing. You start learning how to walk through life without needing constant attention. You start learning how to love yourself without begging for love outside. And this is the beginning of real freedom. When you have nothing left, you find what truly matters, because you stop caring about what is fake. You stop caring about what is temporary. You stop caring about what is superficial. You stop caring about what only feeds your ego. You begin to care about what feeds your soul. That is why this stage is painful, but sacred, because it is in this stage that you find yourself again. Buddhism teaches that the self you think you are is often an illusion created by attachment, by fear, and by society. You become who people expect you to be. You become who you think you must be to be loved. You become who you think you must be to be respected. You become who you think you must be to be successful. And you forget your real nature. You forget your real spirit. You forget the simple truth that you don't need to perform to be worthy. You don't need to impress to be valuable. You don't need to chase to be enough. But life forces you to remember this truth when everything falls apart. When you have nothing left, you also learn discipline, because when life becomes hard, motivation disappears, the excitement disappears, the external energy disappears. And you realize that your life cannot be built on motivation. It must be built on discipline. Buddhism teaches discipline through mindfulness, discipline through routine, discipline through awareness, discipline through calm, discipline through controlling your reactions. This is where real mental strength is born, not when you feel good, but when you feel low and you still keep going. Not when life is easy, but when life is heavy and you still remain steady. That steadiness becomes your power. You begin to understand that you don't need perfect conditions to improve yourself. You need commitment. You need patience. You need faith in your own growth. You need to stop letting emotions decide your future. Because emotions are like weather. They come and go. They change every day. But the person who learns to act with discipline instead of emotion becomes unstoppable. This is what tough seasons teach you. And when you have nothing left, you begin to appreciate small things that you ignored before. You begin to appreciate silence. You begin to appreciate a calm morning. You begin to appreciate a deep breath. You begin to appreciate a simple meal. You begin to appreciate rest. You begin to appreciate your own company. You begin to appreciate your health. You begin to appreciate the fact that you are still alive, still breathing, still trying, still moving forward, even when you feel broken. These small things become beautiful because suffering removes entitlement. It removes arrogance. It removes the illusion that life owes you comfort. It teaches humility, and humility becomes peace. Buddhism also teaches that when you have nothing left, you find what truly matters, because you finally understand impermanence, not as a theory, but as reality. You understand that everything changes. People change, circumstances change, feelings change, seasons change, and instead of fearing change, you begin to accept it. You begin to flow with life. You stop trying to control every detail. You stop trying to force everything to stay the same. You stop trying to hold time in your hands. You stop trying to keep people forever. You stop trying to build certainty in a world that was never designed to be certain. And when you stop fighting impermanence, suffering becomes lighter. This is the wisdom of Buddhism. It teaches you that life will always change, but your peace can remain if you stop clinging. So, if you are in a season where you feel like you have nothing left, understand this clearly. This is not the end of you. This is the beginning of you. This is the moment you stop depending on the world to give you peace. This is the moment you start creating peace from within. This is the moment you stop living as a victim of circumstances. This is the moment you start becoming the master of your mind. Because when you have nothing left, you find what truly matters, and what truly matters is not outside. It is inside you, your awareness. your breath, your presence, your discipline, your ability to choose calm, your ability to choose wisdom, your ability to choose patience, your ability to let go. And once you reach this level, life cannot break you the way it used to, because you stop building your happiness on fragile things. You stop building your peace on people. You stop building your worth on validation. You stop building your identity on approval. You build it on your inner stability. That is why people who have gone through deep suffering often become the strongest and calmest humans later, because they discovered something priceless. They discovered that peace is not something you find when life becomes perfect. Peace is something you build when life is imperfect. And when you finally build that inner peace, you realize a truth that changes you forever. The world can take many things from you, but it cannot take your awareness unless you give it away. It cannot take your breath unless you forget it. It cannot take your calm unless you surrender it. It cannot take your strength unless you abandon it. So remember this, the moment you feel like you have nothing left is often the moment you find your real foundation, and your real foundation is not the outside world. Your real foundation is the mind you train, the soul you protect, and the peace you build from within. 7. The version of you after this will be untouchable. Right now, it may feel like life has taken too much from you. It may feel like you have been pushed into a corner, like you have been tested in ways that you never expected, like your heart has been squeezed until it had no choice but to crack. You may feel exhausted, emotionally tired, mentally drained, and deeply disappointed, not only in people, but in life itself. And when someone is in this state, they often think one painful thought again and again, I am not going to survive this. But Buddhism teaches something completely different. It teaches that what you are going through is not here to finish you. It is here to change you, and that change is the beginning of your real power. The truth is, suffering is the greatest transformation tool in the world, because comfort never demands growth. Comfort keeps you the same. Comfort makes you repeat the same habits. Comfort makes you stay in places you have outgrown. Comfort makes you tolerate disrespect because at least it feels familiar. Comfort makes you depend on people because it feels safe. Comfort makes you believe you have time forever. But pain wakes you up. Pain forces you to look inward. Pain forces you to recognize what you were ignoring. Pain forces you to change. And that is why the version of you after this will be untouchable, because you will no longer be the same person who used to collapse under pressure. Buddhism teaches that life is impermanent, which means pain is also impermanent. Your suffering feels endless only because you are inside it. But seasons change. Storms pass, nights end, and you will not stay in this darkness forever. However, the greatest benefit of this season is not just that it will pass. The greatest benefit is who you become while you are inside it. Because suffering has a strange way of sharpening your mind, strengthening your heart, and raising your awareness to a level you never had when life was easy. After you go through deep hardship, you stop being easily impressed by people. You stop being easily manipulated by emotions. You stop being easily controlled by attention. You stop being easily broken by opinions, because you have seen the worst parts of life and you survived. You have carried pain silently and you still woke up. You have walked through storms that nobody understood and you still stayed standing. That survival becomes your confidence, not loud confidence, not arrogant confidence, but quiet confidence, the kind that doesn't need to prove itself to anyone. The version of you after this will be untouchable because you will finally understand the difference between love and attachment. Before, you may have confused attachment with love. You may have thought that needing someone is love. You may have thought that begging someone to stay is love. You may have thought that suffering for someone is proof of love. You may have thought that staying loyal to someone who keeps hurting you is love. But after pain, you learn wisdom. You learn that love is freedom, not chains. Love is respect, not fear. Love is peace, not anxiety. Love is consistency, not confusion. Love does not make you lose yourself. Love does not make you smaller. Love does not make you beg. So you stop chasing people who make you feel unwanted, and you stop giving your heart to people who treat you like an option. This is where your power begins. You also become untouchable because you stop needing validation. Before, you may have been living in a silent hunger, a hunger to be seen, to be chosen, to be appreciated, to be understood. And that hunger made you weak, because when you hunger for validation, you accept disrespect. You tolerate cold behavior. You forgive too quickly. You over-explain yourself, and you keep showing love to people who never return it. But when life breaks you, it breaks this hunger. It shows you that depending on validation is emotional slavery. It shows you that when your worth depends on other people's opinions, you are never free. So you begin to build self-worth from within. And when your self-worth is internal, nobody can take it from you. The version of you after this will be untouchable because you will stop reacting to everything. You will stop letting small things control your mood. You will stop letting every disrespectful word ruin your day. You will stop letting every mistake ruin your confidence. You will stop letting every delay ruin your peace. You will stop letting every change ruin your stability. Because you will understand that your power is in your response, not in your situation. Buddhism teaches that the mind is like water. It becomes whatever container you place it in. A weak mind becomes chaotic in chaos, but a trained mind remains calm, even when life is loud. And after this season, your mind becomes trained, not perfect, but disciplined. You will still feel emotions, but emotions will no longer control you like before. You will feel pain, but you will not collapse. You will feel sadness, but you will not lose yourself. You will feel anger, but you will not destroy your life with it. You will feel disappointment, but you will not drown in it. That emotional control is what makes you untouchable. You will also become untouchable because you will finally learn the art of detachment. Detachment does not mean you stop caring. Detachment means you stop clinging. Detachment means you stop gripping people and situations like your life depends on them. Detachment means you stop needing certainty to feel safe. Detachment means you stop expecting life to always go your way. Detachment means you accept change as part of life instead of seeing it as a threat. And when you master detachment, something powerful happens. You stop suffering over what you can't control. You stop wasting energy on what is not yours to carry. You stop fighting reality. You stop begging life to be different. And that acceptance makes you strong in a way that most people cannot understand. The version of you after this will be untouchable because you will stop fearing loneliness. Before, loneliness may have scared you because you thought being alone means something is wrong with you. You thought being alone means you are missing something. You thought being alone means you are failing. But after pain, you begin to see solitude differently. You begin to realize that solitude is not a punishment, it is a sanctuary. Solitude is where you heal. Solitude is where you rebuild. Solitude is where you hear your soul again. Solitude is where you become emotionally independent. And once you become emotionally independent, you stop fearing abandonment. Because you realize something deeply liberating. You were always capable of surviving alone. You were just too attached to believe it. After this season, you will also become untouchable because you will stop tolerating what drains you. You will stop ignoring red flags. You will stop sacrificing your peace. You will stop staying where you are not valued. You will stop giving energy to people who only take. You will stop pouring love into empty cups. You will stop breaking yourself to keep others comfortable. This happens because pain teaches boundaries. Pain teaches clarity. Pain teaches you that peace is expensive, and you must protect it like treasure. A person who has suffered deeply never wants to go back to that darkness again, so they become strict with what they allow into their life. Buddhism teaches that suffering gives birth to wisdom, and wisdom gives birth to boundaries. That is why you will stop explaining yourself to people who already decided to misunderstand you. You will stop proving yourself to people who don't care. You will stop trying to be liked by people who don't respect you. You will stop being available for those who treat you like nothing. And that is not arrogance. That is self-respect. That is growth. The version of you after this will be untouchable, because you will understand impermanence on a deeper level. Before, you might have lived as if people will stay forever, as if moments will last forever, as if happiness will always remain, and as if pain will never come. But after suffering, you understand the truth. Everything changes. People come and go. Feelings rise and fall. Seasons change. Life turns. This understanding does not make you pessimistic, it makes you wise. It makes you appreciate good moments without clinging. It makes you accept bad moments without collapsing. It makes you live with presence instead of fear, because you stop thinking life should be stable. You accept that life is movement, and once you accept movement, your suffering becomes lighter. And the biggest reason you become untouchable is because you finally stop needing life to be perfect, to be at peace. Most people believe peace only comes when everything is fixed. They believe peace only comes when they get their dream life, their dream relationship, their dream success, their dream body, their dream money. But Buddhism teaches that peace is not something you find at the end of a perfect life. Peace is something you build inside an imperfect life. Peace is not external, it is internal. And once you learn to build peace inside yourself, life cannot destroy you the way it used to, because the storm is outside, but the calm becomes inside. You become untouchable because you stop taking life personally. You stop thinking everything is against you. You stop thinking every rejection is a sign you are not enough. You stop thinking every delay means you are failing. You stop thinking every hardship means you are cursed. You start seeing life as a teacher. You start seeing life as training. You start seeing life as shaping you. And when you see life this way, your mindset changes completely. You stop complaining and you start adapting. You stop collapsing and you start rebuilding. You stop feeling defeated and you start feeling disciplined. And the greatest gift of this transformation is that you become calm in a world that is chaotic. Your calm becomes your power. Your calm becomes your weapon. Your calm becomes your protection. People will look at you and wonder why you are not panicking like everyone else. They will wonder why you don't beg. They will wonder why you don't chase. They will wonder why you don't react. They will wonder why you don't break. And the reason is simple. You have suffered enough to learn wisdom, and wisdom made you free. So if life is breaking you right now, remember this deeply. The version of you on the other side of this pain will not be weak. It will be stronger than you ever imagined. Not loud, not arrogant, not aggressive, but untouchable. Untouchable because you will no longer be controlled by attachment. Untouchable because you will no longer be controlled by fear. Untouchable because you will no longer be controlled by people's opinions. Untouchable because you will no longer be controlled by emotions that used to ruin your days. Untouchable because you will no longer be controlled by the past. You will still feel pain sometimes because you are human, but it will not own you. You will still miss people sometimes because you have a heart, but it will not break you. You will still face challenges because life will always test you, but you will not collapse. Because once you learn the deepest Buddhist lesson that everything is temporary and peace comes from letting go, you become a person that life cannot easily destroy. And one day you will look back at this season, the nights you cried, the moments you felt hopeless, the days you felt tired, the loneliness you hated, the pressure you barely survived, and you will realize something that will shock you. You will realize that the pain you begged to escape was the pain that made you unstoppable. The suffering you hated was the suffering that purified you. The breaking you feared was the breaking that freed you. And you will finally understand why this happened. Because life was not trying to finish you. Life was trying to make you untouchable. 8. Peace comes when you stop fighting life. Most people don't realize this, but the biggest reason they suffer is not because life is too hard. It's because they are constantly at war with life. They are fighting what already happened. They are fighting what cannot be changed. They are fighting the past. They are fighting the way people behave. They are fighting the truth. And this invisible fight becomes the real prison. Buddhism teaches that suffering grows when you resist reality, because reality will always be stronger than your emotions, stronger than your opinions, and stronger than your expectations. You can scream inside your mind that something shouldn't have happened, but it already happened. You can beg for people to stay, but they have already changed. You can hate the truth, but the truth remains. And when you keep fighting what is real, you don't win, you only become exhausted. This is why peace feels impossible for so many people. They are not tired because they work too much. They are tired because they mentally struggle too much. Their mind never rests because it keeps replaying old pain. It keeps replaying old conversations. It keeps replaying what they should have done differently. It keeps replaying what they regret. It keeps replaying what they lost. And they suffer every day from something that is no longer happening in real life. Their body is in the present, but their mind is stuck in the past, and that is a dangerous place to live because the past cannot be fixed. It can only be accepted and released. Buddhism teaches that peace does not come from controlling life. Peace comes from understanding life. And understanding life begins with accepting one truth. Everything changes. Everything. Your mood changes. Your circumstances change. Your relationships change. Your health changes. Your money changes. Your success changes. Your energy changes. People change. Feelings change. Seasons change. You cannot stop this. You were never meant to stop it. But most people suffer because they try. They try to hold on to the good moments like they will last forever. They try to hold on to people like they will never leave. They try to hold on to youth like it will never fade. They try to hold on to control like it is their right. But life does not belong to your control. Life belongs to change. Life belongs to movement. Life belongs to impermanence. And when you finally accept this, a deep calm enters your mind. Many people think acceptance means giving up, but Buddhism teaches that acceptance is strength. Acceptance is not weakness. Acceptance is not laziness. Acceptance is not surrendering your dreams. Acceptance is simply stopping the fight with what is already true. It means you stop wasting energy fighting reality and you start using energy to move forward. This is why acceptance is freedom, because when you accept, you are no longer chained to the past. You are no longer chained to regret. You are no longer chained to what if. You are no longer chained to someone's behavior. You are no longer chained to the need for life to be perfect. You start living again. The reason people resist acceptance is because they think if they accept something, it means they are saying it was okay. But acceptance does not mean what happened was okay. Acceptance means what happened is real, and you cannot change it, so you must learn to stop bleeding mentally over it. Because some people keep reopening their wounds for years, and they don't even realize they are doing it. They wake up and choose pain again by replaying it. They choose suffering again by holding resentment. They choose sadness again by clinging to memories. They choose anxiety again by imagining future disasters. And slowly, they create a life of constant tension. A life where their mind is never calm, even when nothing is happening. Buddhism calls this unnecessary suffering, because life already gives you enough pain. You don't need to add more pain by fighting reality. Peace comes when you stop fighting life because you start seeing life as it truly is, not as you wish it would be. You stop expecting people to always be loyal. You stop expecting life to always be fair. You stop expecting success to always be quick. You stop expecting love to always stay. You stop expecting your plans to always work. You stop expecting that you will always be understood. And this might sound negative at first, but it is actually the opposite. It is maturity. It is wisdom. Because once you stop expecting life to be perfect, you stop being shocked when life becomes difficult. And when you stop being shocked, you stop collapsing. You become stable. You become calm. You become emotionally strong. This is why Buddhism teaches non-attachment. Non-attachment does not mean you don't love. It means you don't cling, you don't grip, you don't depend. You don't turn something temporary into your source of identity. You enjoy what is good without fear. You experience happiness without panic. You love people without losing yourself. You work hard without making success your only meaning. You accept moments without demanding they stay forever. This is real peace. When you stop fighting life, you stop fighting people too. You stop trying to force someone to be the person they are not. You stop trying to force someone to love you the way you want. You stop trying to force respect from people who don't respect themselves. You stop trying to change minds that are closed. You stop begging for loyalty from hearts that are not loyal. And this is where your strength becomes visible, because most people waste their lives trying to get love from the wrong people, trying to get validation from the wrong places, and trying to get peace from things that were never meant to give peace. Buddhism teaches that peace is not found by chasing. Peace is found by letting go. This is why you must understand something important. The more you fight, the more you lose. But the more you flow, the more you grow. Fighting life makes you tense. Fighting life makes you bitter. Fighting life makes you impatient. Fighting life makes you angry. Fighting life makes you overthink. Fighting life makes you obsessed. Fighting life makes you emotionally weak because you are constantly reacting. But flowing with life makes you calm. Flowing with life makes you wise. Flowing with life makes you steady. Flowing with life makes you powerful. Now, let's make this even easier to understand. Imagine you are in a river, and the river is strong. If you fight the river, you will exhaust yourself. You will swallow water. You will panic. You will feel like you are dying. But if you stop fighting and learn to float, you save energy. You breathe. You move with the flow. You remain alive. Life is the same. Hard times are the river. Change is the river. Uncertainty is the river. People leaving is the river. Plans failing is the river. If you fight it, you suffer more. If you float and flow, you survive and you grow. Peace comes when you stop fighting life because you stop taking everything personally. This is another huge cause of suffering. People take life personally. They think every delay is an attack. They think every rejection is proof they are not enough. They think every hardship is a sign that life hates them. They think every mistake is a sign they are a failure. But Buddhism teaches that life is not personal. Life is just life. Things happen. People change. Circumstances shift. Not everything is about you. Not everything is meant to hurt you. Not everything is meant to break you. Sometimes it is just change happening. When you stop taking life personally, your heart becomes lighter. You stop feeling like a victim. You stop feeling like the world is against you. You start seeing life clearly without emotional exaggeration. You start saying, "This is hard, but it is not the end." You start saying, "This hurts, but it will pass." You start saying, "This is not what I wanted, but I can still grow." And this mindset is the beginning of peace. Peace also comes when you stop fighting your own emotions. Many people suffer because they fight sadness, fight fear, fight anxiety, and fight anger. They feel something painful and immediately think, "I shouldn't feel this." But the more you fight emotions, the stronger they become. Buddhism teaches that emotions are like waves. If you allow the wave to rise and fall naturally, it passes. But if you panic and fight the wave, you drown in it. So peace comes when you learn to observe emotions instead of being controlled by them. You begin to say, "I feel sadness, but I am not sadness." You begin to say, "I feel fear, but I am not fear." You begin to say, "I feel anxiety, but I am not anxiety." This separation is powerful because it reminds you that emotions are temporary visitors, not permanent owners of your soul. When you stop fighting life, you also stop fighting the present moment. Most suffering comes from living everywhere except here. People live in memories, people live in worries, people live in fantasies. People live in the future, people live in regret, people live in fear, and because of that, they never touch peace, because peace only exists in one place, the present. You can't find peace in the past is gone. You can't find peace in the future hasn't arrived. Peace is a present moment experience, and Buddhism teaches mindfulness for this reason. Mindfulness is the practice of returning to now, returning to breath, returning to awareness, returning to the truth of the moment. So when your mind is screaming, "What if it gets worse?" you return to breath. When your mind is replaying, "Why did it happen?" you return to breath. When your mind is begging, "Please fix it," you return to breath. Because the breath is always in the present, the breath becomes your anchor. And when you keep returning to the present, your suffering decreases, because you stop living inside mental storms that don't exist right now. Peace comes when you stop fighting life because you begin to trust change instead of fearing it. Many people fear change because change brings uncertainty, and uncertainty scares the ego. The ego wants certainty. The ego wants control. The ego wants guarantees. But Buddhism teaches that the desire for control is suffering, because control is an illusion. You can control your actions, yes, but you cannot control life. You cannot control people. You cannot control time. You cannot control outcomes. And the more you try to control outcomes, the more anxious you become. So peace comes when you focus on what is yours to control: your choices, your discipline, your mindset, your effort, your response, and you release what is not yours, the results, the opinions, the timing, and the behavior of others. This is not weakness. This is wisdom. When you stop fighting life, you begin to move through life with a softer heart. A softer heart does not mean you become weak. It means you stop being hard with yourself. It means you stop punishing yourself for mistakes you made years ago. It means you stop carrying guilt like a prison. It means you stop speaking to yourself like an enemy. Buddhism teaches compassion, and compassion begins with yourself. Many people are their own biggest bully. They speak to themselves with harshness, with insults, with shame. They say, "I'm not good enough." They say, "I always ruin things." They say, "I'm a failure." But Buddhism teaches that this inner violence creates suffering. If you want peace, your mind must become a safe place to live. So you begin to speak gently to yourself. You begin to forgive yourself. You begin to allow yourself to heal slowly. You begin to accept your imperfections. And you begin to understand that you are human, and humans learn through pain. Peace comes when you stop fighting life because you stop trying to force happiness. Happiness cannot be forced. Happiness is not something you can chase and grab. The more you chase happiness desperately, the more it runs. But peace is different. Peace comes when you stop chasing. Peace comes when you stop needing. Peace comes when you stop demanding. Peace comes when you accept what is, and when peace enters, happiness follows naturally. This is why Buddhism says the goal is not to become happy all the time. The goal is to become free. Free from attachment, free from fear, free from unnecessary suffering, free from inner chaos, free from craving, free from obsession, free from mental violence. And when you become free, happiness becomes simple. Not excitement, not loud happiness, but quiet happiness. The kind that comes from being okay with yourself, the kind that comes from breathing without stress, the kind that comes from not needing life to be perfect. And this is the final truth. Peace comes when you stop fighting life, because fighting life is like fighting the sky. It is pointless. Life will change, people will change, things will end. Things will begin. You will win sometimes. You will lose sometimes. You will laugh sometimes. You will cry sometimes. That is life. But you don't have to suffer through all of it. You don't have to turn every problem into a mental prison. You don't have to turn every pain into a lifelong wound. You can learn to flow. You can learn to accept. You can learn to let go. And when you learn this, life stops feeling like a war, and it starts feeling like a journey. So if you are tired, if your heart feels heavy, if your mind feels restless, remember this one Buddhist truth. Peace is not something life gives you when everything is perfect. Peace is something you choose when you stop fighting what is. And the day you stop fighting life is the day life stops breaking you. 9. Your pain is proof you're alive, not proof you're weak. A lot of people carry a secret shame inside them when they are going through a hard time. They look at themselves and think, why am I struggling like this? They think, why can't I handle life like everyone else? They think, why am I so emotional? They think, why am I breaking down? And without realizing it, they start treating their pain like evidence that they are weak, like their sadness means they are failing, like their tears mean they are losing. But Buddhism teaches something completely different, something that can save your life if you truly understand it. Buddhism teaches that pain is not proof you are weak. Pain is proof you are alive. Pain is proof you have a heart. Pain is proof you are human. Pain is proof you cared deeply. Pain is proof you tried. Pain is proof you are awake enough to feel life, instead of living like a dead soul in a living body. The problem is not that you feel pain. The problem is that you judge yourself for feeling it. You criticize yourself for being affected. You blame yourself for being sensitive. You shame yourself for not being strong enough. But that is not strength. That is inner violence. Buddhism teaches compassion, and compassion begins with how you treat yourself during suffering. Because the truth is, if you are in pain right now, it doesn't mean you are broken. It means something mattered to you. It means something touched your heart. It means you are not numb. And being numb is not power. Being numb is a slow death. Real power is being able to feel pain and still continue living with wisdom. Many people think the goal is to never feel pain, to never be hurt, to never be disappointed, to never be affected. But that is impossible. Life will always bring pain. Loss will always happen. Change will always happen. People will always surprise you. The world will always be unpredictable. Buddhism teaches that suffering is part of the human condition, but it also teaches that suffering becomes unbearable only when you start fighting yourself for being human. When you start demanding perfection from your emotions, you begin to suffer more. You start thinking you should always be calm, you should always be happy, you should always be okay. But that mindset creates a false standard that no human being can maintain. The truth is, you are allowed to feel pain. You are allowed to feel tired. You are allowed to feel disappointed. You are allowed to feel grief. You are allowed to feel loneliness. These emotions are not your enemy. They are messages. They are signals. They are the body's way of saying, something needs attention. Pain is like a fire alarm. The alarm is loud, uncomfortable, and annoying, but it is trying to protect you. It is telling you something is wrong. It is telling you something needs healing. It is telling you something needs change. So if you shut off the alarm without fixing the fire, you don't become stronger, you become trapped. This is why Buddhism teaches awareness. Because awareness means you listen to your inner world instead of ignoring it. Your pain is proof you're alive, because pain means you can still feel, and feeling is sacred. When you feel pain, it means your heart is still open. It means you have not turned cold. It means you have not become a stone. It means you have not become emotionally dead. And many people in this world are alive physically but dead emotionally, because they have been hurt so many times they stopped feeling. They became numb. They became distant. They became cold. They stopped trusting. They stopped loving. They stopped caring. That may look like strength on the outside, but inside, it is emptiness. Buddhism teaches that real strength is not emotional numbness. Real strength is the ability to experience emotion without losing your center. It is the ability to feel pain without becoming pain. This is why mindfulness is so powerful. Mindfulness teaches you to separate your emotions from your identity. It teaches you to say, I feel pain, not I am pain. It teaches you to say, I feel sadness, not I am sadness. It teaches you to say, I feel anxious, not I am anxiety. This shift is everything, because when you stop identifying with the emotion becomes lighter. It becomes a passing cloud, not a permanent sky. It becomes a wave that rises and falls, not an ocean that drowns you forever. And here is another truth that most people don't understand. Pain is also proof that you are growing, because growth is not comfortable. Growth is not easy. Growth requires leaving old patterns. Growth requires letting go of what feels familiar. Growth requires breaking attachments. Growth requires stepping into discomfort. Growth requires facing reality. And all of these things hurt. If you are changing, you will feel pain. If you are waking up, you will feel pain. If you are becoming wiser, you will feel pain. So pain is not always a sign that something is wrong. Sometimes pain is a sign that something is finally being corrected. Sometimes pain is the process of healing. Because healing is not just relief. Healing is also feeling what you avoided. Healing is also facing what you suppressed. Healing is also releasing what you held inside for too long. This is why sometimes people cry when they heal. Not because they are becoming weaker, but because they are finally releasing what was trapped inside. Crying is not weakness. Crying is the body releasing pressure. Crying is the nervous system cleansing itself. Crying is the heart letting go of what it could no longer carry. Buddhism teaches that emotions are like energy, and energy must move. If you keep energy trapped, it becomes suffering. If you allow it to flow, it becomes healing. Your pain is proof you're alive, not proof you're weak, because weak people avoid pain at all costs. Weak people numb themselves with distractions. Weak people run from reality. Weak people avoid responsibility. Weak people escape into addictions. Weak people blame everyone else. But you, if you are here listening, if you are here learning, if you are here trying to understand your pain instead of running from it, that means you are strong. Because it takes strength to sit with your pain. It takes strength to admit you are struggling. It takes strength to keep going, even when your heart is heavy. Buddhism teaches that the mind creates extra suffering when it starts comparing your pain to others. You look at others and think they are happier. You think they have a better life. You think they are stronger. But you don't see their inner world. You don't see what they cry about when they are alone. You don't see what they hide behind their smile. You don't see what they fear at night. Everyone has pain. Everyone carries something. The difference is that some people hide it better. Some people distract themselves better. Some people pretend better. But inside, every human heart has experienced suffering. That is why Buddhism teaches compassion, because when you realize pain is universal, you stop feeling alone. You stop thinking you are cursed. You stop thinking you are the only one struggling. You understand that you are part of humanity, and suffering is part of the path. And here is something even deeper. Pain is proof you're alive because pain keeps you humble. When life is easy, ego grows. When life is easy, arrogance grows. When life is easy, people become careless. They forget gratitude. They forget empathy. They forget the value of time. They forget the value of relationships. They forget the value of health. But pain reminds you. Pain brings you back to reality. Pain makes you appreciate small blessings. Pain makes you appreciate peace. Pain makes you appreciate silence. Pain makes you appreciate the days you can breathe without anxiety. Pain makes you appreciate your own strength. Pain makes you appreciate the people who truly support you. Pain refines you. It makes you mature. It makes you wise. This is why Buddhism does not teach you to fear pain. It teaches you to learn from it. Because pain is not the end, it is a teacher. It teaches you where you are attached. It teaches you what you need to release. It teaches you what you need to heal. It teaches you what you need to change. Pain shows you your blind spots. Pain shows you your wounds. Pain shows you your weakness so you can strengthen it. Pain shows you your patterns so you can break them. And once you learn from pain, pain stops controlling you. It stops haunting you. It stops repeating. Because you became wiser than the lesson. So if you are suffering right now, stop asking yourself, what is wrong with me? And start asking, what is this pain trying to teach me? Because your pain is not proof you are weak, it is proof you are awake. And being awake is rare. Most people are asleep their whole life. They live without awareness. They live without reflection. They live without understanding. They live and die without ever knowing themselves. But pain forces self-awareness. Pain forces growth. Pain forces depth. Pain forces transformation. And that transformation is what makes you strong. One day, you will look back at this pain and realize something powerful. You will realize that this was not the season that destroyed you. This was the season that taught you how strong you really are. This was the season that showed you what matters. This was the season that forced you to stop chasing what doesn't love you. This was the season that forced you to stop living for approval. This was the season that forced you to build inner peace. This was the season that turned you into a person with depth, wisdom, and emotional strength. And when you reach that point, you will stop being ashamed of your pain. You will respect it. You will honor it. Because it was proof that you were alive enough to feel life and wise enough to grow through it. So the next time you feel pain, don't call yourself weak. Don't insult yourself. Don't shame yourself. Instead, remind yourself of the truth. Pain is human, pain is natural, and pain is temporary. It will not last forever, but what you learn from it can last forever. And the person you become because of it can become unbreakable. 10. Your life is not falling apart. It's falling into place. When your life feels like it is collapsing, it is almost impossible to believe that anything good is happening. In the moment, it feels like you are losing control, losing stability, losing people, losing confidence, and losing the version of life you thought you were supposed to have. It feels like doors are closing one after another, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot bring things back to the way they used to be. Your mind begins to panic because humans naturally crave certainty, and when certainty disappears, fear takes over. That is why so many people look at a painful season and immediately label it as failure, bad luck, or destruction. But Buddhism teaches a truth that feels painful at first, yet becomes the greatest blessing once you understand it. It teaches that life is not always falling apart to destroy you. Sometimes life falls apart so it can fall into place. A lot of people don't realize this, but the old life you were trying to protect might not have been the life that was meant for you. The old version of you might not have been the version you were meant to become. The relationships you were trying to save might have been draining your peace more than they were building your soul. The comfort zone you were holding onto might have been the cage keeping you small. The routine you were afraid to lose might have been the same routine slowly killing your passion, and the identity you were clinging to might have been an illusion created by fear, not truth. So when life begins to shake everything, it is not always a sign that you are cursed. It is often a sign that you are being upgraded. It is often a sign that something is being removed so that something better can take its place. Buddhism teaches impermanence, which means everything changes, whether you want it or not. It also teaches that suffering happens when you resist this change, because your mind keeps trying to hold on to what is already leaving. You keep holding on to people who have already emotionally checked out. You keep holding on to a dream that no longer matches your spirit. You keep holding on to a plan that life is clearly refusing to support. You keep holding on to your old self because you are scared of who you might become. But life does not stop moving forward for your comfort. Life moves forward, and when you refuse to move with it, you feel like you are being dragged through pain. But the truth is, you are not being dragged. You are being guided. The reason it hurts so much is because attachment makes you believe that what you are losing was your only chance. Your mind makes you think, if I lose this person, I will never be loved again. If I lose this job, I will never succeed again. If this plan fails, my life is over. But Buddhism teaches that the mind exaggerates pain when it is afraid. The mind turns one loss into a lifetime of fear. The mind turns one setback into a permanent identity. The mind turns one ending into a hopeless future. And that is why mindfulness matters, because mindfulness brings you back to reality. It reminds you that endings are not always endings, they are often beginnings. It reminds you that loss is not always loss, it is often redirection. It reminds you that what is falling away might be what was blocking your peace. Your life is not falling apart, it is falling into place because the things leaving you are making space. Space for healing, space for growth, space for new people, space for new wisdom, space for a new mindset, space for a new version of you. But you cannot see the space yet because you are still focused on the pain of what is leaving. It's like removing a rotten tooth. In the moment, it hurts. It feels like damage. But later you realize it was poison, it was infection, it was slowly destroying you, and the removal was mercy, the removal was healing. This is how life works. Sometimes the universe removes what you cannot remove yourself, because humans often stay attached to what is familiar, even when it is hurting them. They stay in toxic friendships because it feels normal. They stay in painful relationships because they fear loneliness. They stay in the same bad habits because they fear discomfort. They stay stuck in the same mindset because they fear change. So life brings discomfort strong enough to push them. That discomfort is not here to ruin them, it is here to move them. Buddhism teaches that suffering has purpose when it creates awareness, because awareness is the beginning of transformation. When life becomes hard, you finally stop ignoring your heart. You finally stop ignoring your mental health. You finally stop ignoring your intuition. You finally stop living on autopilot. You start paying attention. You start reflecting. You start asking questions. You start realizing what is wrong, what is missing, and what is no longer aligned. And this awareness becomes the turning point, because once you see clearly, you cannot unsee. Once you wake up, you cannot go back to sleep. This is why many people only grow after they suffer. They only become wise after life humbles them. They only become strong after they break. They only become disciplined after they fail. They only become peaceful after they experience chaos. That is not a curse, that is the path. This is the spiritual path Buddhism talks about. The path of suffering leading to wisdom. The path of hardship leading to clarity. The path of losing leading to freedom. Your life is not falling apart. It is falling into place because you are being reshaped. Sometimes life breaks your ego. It breaks your pride. It breaks your illusions. It breaks the belief that you can control everything. It breaks the belief that you can force people to stay. It breaks the belief that you can predict the future. And when those illusions break, reality becomes easier to accept. Because now you stop expecting perfection. You stop expecting everyone to understand you. You stop expecting life to always be fair. And that acceptance makes you stronger. It doesn't make you cold. It makes you wise. You begin to understand that some people are not meant to stay. Some chapters are not meant to last. Some dreams are not meant to happen the way you imagined. Some plans are not meant to work, and that is okay. It does not mean your life is ruined. It means your life is moving in a different direction, a direction you cannot see yet, but a direction that may be better for your soul. This is why in Buddhism, detachment is freedom. Detachment is not giving up. Detachment is letting go of the need to control the outcome. Detachment is letting go of the belief that your happiness depends on one specific result. Detachment is letting go of the fear that if things don't go your way, you will be destroyed. Because the truth is, you are stronger than your circumstances. You are deeper than your situation. Your soul is bigger than your current pain. When your life feels like it is falling apart, you may be losing things that were never meant to define you. Maybe you are losing people, but those people were never your true foundation. Maybe you are losing comfort, but comfort was never your true strength. Maybe you are losing a plan, but the plan was never your destiny. Maybe you are losing an old identity, but that identity was never your real self. And this is where the miracle happens, because when the false things fall away, the real things remain. The real you remains. Your awareness remains. Your ability to rebuild remains. Your ability to grow remains. Your ability to learn remains. Your ability to learn remains. Your ability to become better remains. That is why, even in your worst season, you are not finished. You are being formed. This is why some of the strongest people are the ones who have lost the most. Because they learned something priceless. They learned they can survive without what they thought they needed. They learned they can rebuild after collapse. They learned they can heal after heartbreak. They learned they can rise after failure. They learned they can become wiser after pain. And that lesson becomes their power. Sometimes life collapses your world, so you can finally leave what you were too afraid to leave. It breaks your comfort, so you can finally chase your purpose. It breaks your relationships, so you can finally find yourself. It breaks your routine, so you can finally discover freedom. It breaks your identity, so you can finally become real. Because many people live their whole lives trapped in a life that looks good, but feels wrong. And they stay trapped because they fear losing it. So life breaks it, because life wants you free. Your life is not falling apart. It is falling into place because you are being redirected towards something more aligned. You may not see it now, but later you will. Later you will look back and realize that if life didn't collapse, you would have stayed stuck. You would have stayed in the same cycle. You would have stayed repeating the same pain. You would have stayed the same person, and you would have never reached your potential. You would have never discovered your real strength. You would have never found your deeper peace. And this is the part that hurts but heals. You cannot become your next level self while holding on to your old life. The old life must break. The old version must die. The old attachments must fall away. The old mindset must collapse. That is how transformation works. It feels like destruction, but it is rebirth. Buddhism teaches that rebirth is not always physical. Sometimes rebirth is mental, sometimes rebirth is spiritual, sometimes rebirth is emotional. You die as the old you, and you rise as the new you. And the death stage is painful because you are leaving what you know. You are leaving what feels familiar. You are leaving what feels safe. But the new you cannot be born in comfort. The new you is born in change. The new you is born in hardship. The new you is born when you finally let go. So if your life is collapsing, don't rush to call it the end. Don't rush to label yourself as unlucky. Don't rush to lose hope. Instead, breathe, observe, reflect. Because maybe life is not destroying you. Maybe life is reorganizing you. Maybe life is removing what was blocking you. Maybe life is clearing space for something greater. Maybe life is forcing you to grow into the person you were always meant to become. And remember this deeply. Sometimes life breaks you not because you are weak, but because you were strong enough to handle the transformation. Sometimes life removes what you love because what you love was not loving you back. Sometimes life closes a door because behind that door was a life that would have drained your soul. Sometimes life shakes your world because you were living too comfortably in a place you had already outgrown. Your life is not falling apart, it is falling into place. Even if you can't see it yet, even if it hurts right now, even if you feel lost, because sometimes you must feel lost to find the right path. Sometimes you must lose what is wrong to make room for what is right. Sometimes you must break to become free. And one day you will understand, not because someone explains it to you, but because your life will become proof, your peace will become proof, your growth will become proof, your strength will become proof. And you will look back at this season and say, that was not the moment my life ended. That was the moment my life finally began. 11. You were never meant to carry everything alone. There is a silent pain many people carry that nobody talks about because it looks normal from the outside, but it slowly destroys them from the inside. It is the pain of carrying too much alone, carrying responsibilities alone, carrying pressure alone, carrying fear alone, carrying expectations alone, carrying heartbreak alone, carrying regret alone, carrying anxiety alone, carrying the weight of the future alone. And the reason it becomes so dangerous is because you become so used to it that you start believing this is just your life. You start believing this is just who you are. You start believing you are supposed to suffer quietly, smile publicly, and survive privately. But Buddhism teaches a truth that can save you emotionally, spiritually, and mentally. You were never meant to carry everything alone. Life is already heavy. The world already demands a lot from you. People already expect a lot from you. Your own mind already pressures you. So when you carry everything alone, your heart becomes tired in a way that rest cannot fix. Because it is not physical tiredness, it is spiritual exhaustion. It is the exhaustion of being strong for too long. It is the exhaustion of being the one who always handles things. It is the exhaustion of being the one who never complains. It is the exhaustion of being the one who always tries to stay calm while inside you are falling apart. Many people don't even realize they are carrying too much until their body begins to break. They start losing sleep. They start losing appetite. They start losing patience. They start losing joy. They start losing motivation. They feel irritated for no reason. They feel sadness for no reason. They feel tired even after resting. They feel heavy even when life is fine. And when this happens, they often blame themselves. They think, "What's wrong with me?" But the truth is, nothing is wrong with you. You are just overloaded. You are carrying too much. You are trying to hold a whole world in your hands. Buddhism teaches that suffering becomes unbearable when you hold on to it instead of releasing it. Many people hold on to stress as if it is their duty. They hold on to pain as if it is their identity. They hold on to problems as if they must solve everything today. They hold on to fear as if it keeps them safe. But the mind cannot carry endless weight without consequences. Eventually, the mind becomes restless. Eventually, the mind becomes tired. Eventually, the mind becomes negative. And eventually, the body begins to feel what the mind refuses to admit. This is why Buddhism teaches mindfulness, because mindfulness is not just about meditation. It is about unloading. It is about placing your burdens down, even if only for a moment. It is about breathing deeply and realizing you don't have to carry everything in your chest every second of the day. You don't have to replay your problems all night. You don't have to keep punishing yourself with overthinking. You don't have to carry the past like a cage. You don't have to carry guilt like a chain. You don't have to carry the future like a threat. One of the biggest reasons people carry everything alone is because they believe nobody will understand them. They believe nobody will help them. They believe if they show weakness, they will be judged. They believe if they open up, they will become a burden. So they stay silent. They stay strong. They keep smiling. They keep working. They keep surviving. But inside, they feel lonely in a way that words cannot explain. Not lonely because they have no people, but lonely because they have no space to be real. Buddhism teaches that attachment to a strong image can become suffering. Many people are attached to being the strong one, the one who never breaks, the one who always handles things, the one who never asks for help, the one who always stays calm. But this attachment is dangerous because it makes you hide your humanity. It makes you reject your emotions. It makes you carry pain in silence. And when you reject your emotions for too long, they don't disappear. They become heavier. They become deeper. They become darker. Until one day you explode, or you shut down, or you lose yourself completely. This is why Buddhism teaches balance. It teaches that strength without softness becomes suffering. It teaches that resilience without release becomes exhaustion. It teaches that patience without self-care becomes self-destruction. You were never meant to carry everything alone because life is not meant to be controlled by one mind. Your mind is not meant to solve every problem at once. Your heart is not meant to carry every emotional weight forever. Your soul is not meant to worry every day as if fear will protect you. Worry does not protect you. Worry only steals your present. It steals your sleep. It steals your health. It steals your joy. It steals your peace. Buddhism teaches that the present moment is the only place you can live. But when you carry everything alone, you stop living in the present. You live in your fear of tomorrow. You live in your regret of yesterday. You live in your mind's imagination of worst-case scenarios. And that is why you feel exhausted, even when nothing is happening, because your mind is always working, always planning, always worrying, always trying to control life. This is where mindfulness becomes medicine, because mindfulness brings you back to the only thing you truly have, the present. It teaches you to breathe and remind yourself, right now I am here, right now I am alive, right now I can choose calm. It teaches you to stop carrying the whole future in your chest. It teaches you to stop carrying other people's actions like they define you. It teaches you to stop carrying every mistake like it makes you unworthy. It teaches you to stop carrying everything like you have no support in the universe. Buddhism also teaches compassion, and compassion means you stop being harsh with yourself for being human. You stop expecting yourself to be perfect. You stop demanding that you never struggle. You stop punishing yourself for feeling tired. You stop insulting yourself for feeling weak. Because feeling tired doesn't mean you are weak. It means you are overloaded, and you deserve rest. You deserve peace. You deserve softness. You were never meant to carry everything alone, because you are not meant to survive life through force. You are meant to live through wisdom, and wisdom means you learn how to release what is not yours. Many people carry pain that does not belong to them. They carry responsibility for other people's emotions. They carry guilt for things that were not their fault. They carry pressure to fix everyone. They carry the role of being the savior. They carry the role of being the one who always sacrifices, and they call it love. But Buddhism teaches that love without boundaries becomes suffering. You can love people and still protect your peace. You can care and still detach. You can help and still rest. You can support and still say no. You can be kind and still choose yourself. That balance is wisdom. Another reason people carry everything alone is because they fear letting go. They fear releasing control because control feels like safety. But Buddhism teaches that control is an illusion. You can plan, but you cannot control outcomes. You can try, but you cannot guarantee results. You can love, but you cannot force loyalty. You can give, but you cannot demand appreciation. So carrying everything alone is like holding water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the more it escapes. And the more it escapes, the more frustrated you become. That frustration becomes suffering. Peace comes when you loosen the grip. Peace comes when you accept that you cannot carry everything. Peace comes when you accept that you are allowed to breathe. Peace comes when you accept that you are allowed to rest. Peace comes when you accept that you do not have to be strong every second. Buddhism teaches that even the mind needs rest. Even the heart needs silence. Even the soul needs space. If you never give yourself space, you will slowly lose your light. So what does it mean to stop carrying everything alone? It does not mean you become lazy. It does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop drowning in your own thoughts. It means you stop treating every problem like a life or death situation. It means you learn to take one step at a time. It means you learn to do what you can today and release what you cannot control. It means you accept your limits. It means you accept that you are a human being, not a machine. It also means you learn to speak, you learn to express, you learn to release emotions instead of swallowing them. You learn to ask for help when you need it. Not because you are weak, but because you are wise. Because wisdom knows that silence can become poison when it hides pain for too long. Buddhism teaches that healing often happens through connection, not only with people, but with the present moment, with nature, with breath, with stillness, and with your own awareness. When you reconnect with these things, the weight becomes lighter, because you stop living inside the mind's storms. You were never meant to carry everything alone, and the proof is simple. When you carry too much, your peace disappears. Your smile becomes forced. Your mind becomes restless. Your heart becomes heavy. Your soul becomes tired. And that is not the life you were meant to live. You were meant to live with clarity, with breath, with calm, with awareness, with balance. And here is the most important truth. You don't have to carry everything to be worthy. You don't have to suffer to deserve love. You don't have to break to prove you are strong. You don't have to destroy yourself to show you care. You deserve peace, even while you are building your life. You deserve rest, even while you are working. You deserve softness, even while you are becoming stronger. So if you are tired right now, if your heart feels heavy, if your mind feels overloaded, remind yourself of this Buddhist lesson. You were never meant to carry everything alone. Release what is not yours. Breathe through what you cannot control. Take one step at a time, and trust that life does not require you to suffer constantly to be valuable. Life only requires you to be awake enough to choose peace when you are ready. 12. The storm is not here to break you, it's here to build you. When you are in the middle of a hard season, it rarely feels like growth. It feels like pain. It feels like pressure. It feels like you are carrying a weight that is too heavy for your heart. It feels like life is pushing you into a corner where you cannot breathe properly, where you cannot think clearly, where even small things start feeling difficult. In the storm, you don't think about lessons, you think about survival. You don't think about transformation, you think about escape. You don't think about wisdom, you think about relief. And that is normal because the storm is intense, and intensity makes the mind believe it will last forever. But Buddhism teaches something that changes everything. Storms do not come to destroy you, storms come to shape you. The storm is not random, it is not meaningless, it is not just bad luck, it is part of life's training. And life will train you whether you like it or not, because without training, the mind stays weak, the heart stays fragile, and the soul stays dependent. Most people want growth, but they want it without struggle. They want strength, but they want it without discomfort. They want peace, but they want it without pain. They want wisdom, but they want it without experience. But Buddhism teaches that nothing meaningful is built in comfort, because comfort does not demand change. Comfort makes you stay the same. Comfort keeps you safe in the short term, but it keeps you small in the long term. The storm arrives when life is tired of watching you stay small. That is why storms often come when you have been ignoring yourself. They come when you have been tolerating disrespect. They come when you have been emotionally starving while pretending you are fine. They come when you have been living for others instead of living for peace. They come when you have been attached to things that are not meant for you. The storm shakes everything so you can finally see what is true. It breaks illusions. It breaks false comfort. It breaks fake relationships. It breaks weak habits. It breaks the ego that thinks it can control everything. And yes, the breaking hurts. But the breaking is not the end of you. It is the end of what was keeping you trapped. Buddhism teaches impermanence, which means everything changes. This includes storms. This includes pain. This includes the dark nights in your life. They are not permanent. But what makes storms dangerous is not the storm itself. It is the way the mind reacts to the storm. When the storm comes, the mind starts panicking. It starts overthinking. It starts predicting worst-case outcomes. It starts telling you, this will never get better. It starts telling you, you are finished. It starts telling you, you are alone. It starts telling you, you cannot survive this. But these are not truths. These are fear thoughts. And Buddhism teaches that the mind is the biggest creator of suffering when it is untrained, because an untrained mind turns every storm into a disaster. This is why the storm is here to build you, because it forces you to train your mind. It forces you to become aware of your thoughts. It forces you to stop believing everything your mind says. It forces you to see how your own thinking patterns create additional suffering. When you are in pain, your mind wants to become dramatic. It wants to exaggerate. It wants to make everything bigger than it is. But mindfulness teaches you to observe these thoughts instead of drowning in them. It teaches you to breathe and say, this is a storm, not my entire life. It teaches you to say, this pain is real, but it is temporary. It teaches you to say, I am struggling, but I am not finished. And that calm awareness is the foundation of strength. The storm is here to build you because it teaches you resilience. Resilience is not being happy all the time. Resilience is being able to stand even when you feel broken. It is being able to continue even when you feel tired. It is being able to keep breathing even when your heart is heavy. Most people think strong people don't suffer, but strong people do suffer. They just don't collapse permanently. They bend, they break a little, they cry, they feel, but they rebuild. They don't let pain decide their future. They don't let one storm become their identity. They don't let one failure become their destiny. That is resilience, and the storm forces you to develop it. The storm also builds you because it removes your dependence on external stability. Many people are only peaceful when life is calm. They are only confident when life is going well. They are only positive when things are working. But Buddhism teaches that real peace is not dependent on conditions. Real peace is internal. Real peace is the ability to remain calm even when the outside is chaotic. And you cannot develop that kind of peace without storms, because storms test your inner stability. They show you whether your peace is real or temporary. They show you whether your mind is disciplined or wild. They show you whether your strength comes from comfort or from wisdom. The storm teaches you how to be grounded in uncertainty. And once you learn that, nothing can shake you the same way again. The storm is here to build you because it teaches you detachment. Detachment is one of the most powerful Buddhist lessons because attachment is suffering. The storm often takes away what you were clinging to, and it hurts, but it frees you. It frees you from toxic connections. It frees you from false hopes. It frees you from illusions that were keeping you stuck. It frees you from the belief that your happiness depends on one person, one plan, one outcome, or one situation. And when you are free from these attachments, you become lighter. You become stronger. You stop being controlled by fear of loss. You stop being controlled by the need for certainty. You stop being controlled by other people's behavior. That freedom is what the storm gives you. Another way the storm builds you is by forcing you to meet yourself. Most people avoid themselves. They avoid silence. They avoid solitude. They avoid reflection. They distract themselves with noise, with people, with entertainment, with constant movement. But the storm removes distractions. It isolates you. It slows you down. It forces you to sit with your own mind. And that is where growth begins, because you finally see your own patterns. You see your own wounds. You see your own fears. You see your own addictions. You see your own weaknesses. And instead of running again, you finally face them. Buddhism teaches that you cannot heal what you refuse to face. So the storm forces you to face what you were avoiding. It forces you to confront your emotions instead of suppressing them. It forces you to deal with your unresolved pain. It forces you to stop pretending everything is okay. This is why storms feel intense, because they bring everything to the surface. But bringing everything to the surface is how healing begins. A wound cannot heal if it stays hidden. Pain cannot be released if it stays trapped. Emotions cannot be processed if they stay suppressed. The storm is bringing your inner world to the surface so you can finally clean it, heal it, and rebuild it. The storm also builds you by teaching you humility. When life is smooth, ego grows. You start believing you are invincible. You start believing nothing can go wrong. You start taking blessings for granted. You start becoming careless. You forget gratitude. You forget the value of peace. But the storm humbles you. It reminds you that life is fragile. It reminds you that nothing is guaranteed. It reminds you that time is precious. It reminds you that health is a blessing. It reminds you that peace is rare. And when you remember these truths, you begin to live differently. You become more grateful. You become more mindful, you become more compassionate. You stop wasting energy on nonsense. You stop chasing things that don't matter. You start protecting what matters. The storm builds you by sharpening your boundaries. Many people don't learn boundaries until life breaks them. They give too much. They tolerate too much. They accept disrespect. They stay in places they don't belong. They keep sacrificing themselves for people who don't appreciate them. But the storm teaches you enough. It teaches you that your peace is valuable. It teaches you that your energy is limited. It teaches you that you cannot keep pouring yourself into people who don't pour back. So, after the storm, you become stricter, not bitter, but wise. You stop allowing anyone to enter your life and disturb your peace. You stop being available for people who only drain you. You stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. That is growth. That is wisdom. That is strength. Buddhism also teaches that storms build you by strengthening your compassion. Pain makes you softer in the right way. When you suffer, you begin to understand others more deeply. You stop judging people quickly. You stop assuming people have easy lives. You stop thinking everyone is fine. You start realizing that every person is carrying something. This awareness makes you kinder. It makes you more patient. It makes you more human, and that compassion becomes part of your spiritual growth. You learn to treat people gently because you know what it feels like to be struggling. But the greatest way the storm builds you is by proving to you that you can survive. It proves that you are stronger than you think. It proves that you can rebuild after collapse. It proves that you can breathe even when you feel like you can't. It proves that you can keep going even when you feel like giving up. And when you realize that, something changes inside you forever. You stop fearing life the way you used to. Because you realize life can hurt you, but it cannot destroy you unless you allow it to destroy your spirit. This is why after a storm, people often say, "I am not the same anymore." Because you are not. The storm took away your innocence. It took away your illusions. It took away your emotional dependency. It took away your weak mindset. But it gave you wisdom. It gave you strength. It gave you awareness. It gave you maturity. It gave you discipline. It gave you depth. And depth is the real power. So, if you are in a storm right now, don't panic. Don't rush to label your life as ruined. Don't rush to believe you are finished. Instead, breathe and remember this Buddhist truth. The storm is not here to break you. It is here to build you. It is building your mind. It is building your soul. It is building your strength. It is building your patience. It is building your wisdom. And when the storm passes, you will not just return to who you were. You will rise as someone stronger, calmer, and wiser than you have ever been before. Because storms don't come to destroy the strong. Storms come to create the strong. 13. Letting go is not losing. It's returning to yourself. One of the hardest lessons in life is learning how to let go without feeling like you failed. Because when something ends, your mind instantly tries to label it as a lost relationship, a lost opportunity, a lost version of life, a lost dream, a lost chapter. And when the mind labels it as loss, the heart suffers more, because now you are not only dealing with the ending, you are dealing with the belief that you lost something you needed to survive. But Buddhism teaches a deeper truth, a truth that changes the way you see endings forever. It teaches that letting go is not losing. Letting go is returning to your peace. Returning to your clarity, returning to your self-respect, returning to your own soul. Most people don't suffer because life is difficult. They suffer because they refuse to release what is clearly no longer meant for them. They hold on to people who constantly disappoint them. They hold on to friendships that have become toxic. They hold on to relationships that have turned cold. They hold on to situations that drain their energy. They hold on to identities they have outgrown. And they hold on not because they are happy, but because they are scared. Scared of change, scared of loneliness, scared of starting over, scared of the unknown. So they keep holding on to pain, because pain feels familiar, and familiarity feels safer than uncertainty. But Buddhism teaches that clinging is suffering, because when you cling to what is temporary, you force yourself to live in fear. Fear of losing, fear of abandonment, fear of rejection, fear of endings. And this fear becomes a prison. You begin to control people, you begin to control situations, you begin to overthink everything, you begin to beg for reassurance, you begin to chase what is already leaving. And the more you chase, the more you suffer, because you are trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the more it escapes. Letting go is not losing, because the truth is, you were never supposed to own anything in this world. Not people, not moments, not outcomes, not even your own plans. Buddhism teaches impermanence, which means everything changes, everything moves, and everything eventually leaves. Your life is like a river. Moments flow. People flow. Experiences flow. You cannot freeze the river. You cannot control the direction of water. You can only flow with it, and when you learn to flow, peace becomes possible. When you refuse to flow, suffering becomes inevitable. Many people don't understand this, but the reason letting go hurts is not because you are losing something valuable, it is because you are losing an attachment you built in your mind. You are losing the story you told yourself. You are losing the expectation you created. You are losing the fantasy that kept you hopeful. Sometimes you don't miss the person, you miss the version of them you imagined. Sometimes you don't miss the relationship, you miss the feeling you thought it would give you. Sometimes you don't miss the dream, you miss the identity you attach to it. And the mind suffers because it was emotionally invested in something that was never guaranteed. This is why Buddhism teaches awareness. Because awareness helps you see truth instead of illusion. Awareness helps you realize that what you were holding on to was not always love. Sometimes it was fear. Sometimes it was insecurity. Sometimes it was emotional dependency. Sometimes it was ego. Sometimes it was the need to prove something. Sometimes it was the belief that you will not be okay without it. And that belief is the biggest lie your mind tells you, because you were okay before it, and you will be okay after it. Letting go is not losing, it's returning to yourself, because when you cling to people or situations that drain you, you abandon yourself. You sacrifice your peace, you sacrifice your dignity, you sacrifice your mental health, you sacrifice your inner calm, you become a smaller version of yourself just to keep something that is clearly breaking you. You start tolerating things you never thought you would tolerate. You start accepting disrespect because you are afraid of being alone. You start ignoring your own boundaries because you don't want the person to leave. And slowly, without even noticing, you lose yourself while trying to keep something else. That is why letting go is a return. It is a return to your dignity, a return to your clarity, a return to your self-worth, a return to your breath, a return to your inner peace. Because the moment you let go of what is draining you, you stop leaking energy, you stop bleeding emotionally, you stop losing sleep, you stop living in anxiety. You stop living in constant fear of losing someone. And when that fear disappears, you finally feel free again. Buddhism teaches that freedom is not found in controlling the world. Freedom is found in releasing the need to control, because control is attachment. Control is clinging. Control is fear wearing a mask of strength. You think you are being strong by holding on, but what you are really doing is being afraid to let life move. And life will always move. It will always change. It will always shift. So, the wise person does not fight life. The wise person flows with life. And letting go is flowing. But letting go does not mean you don't care. It does not mean you stop loving. It does not mean you become cold. It means you stop suffering for things that are not meant to stay. It means you stop begging life to be something it is not. It means you stop forcing people to love you correctly. It means you stop chasing what does not choose you. It means you stop living in emotional slavery. This is why letting go is one of the greatest strengths, because weak minds cling, weak minds chase, weak minds beg, weak minds fear endings, weak minds depend on external things to feel whole. But strong minds release, strong minds detach, strong minds accept change, strong minds understand impermanence, strong minds find peace within themselves. And the person who can let go without losing themselves becomes unstoppable. Letting go is not losing, because sometimes the thing you are holding on to is actually blocking your blessings. It is blocking your growth. It is blocking your peace. It is blocking your future. But you can't receive new life when your hands are full of old pain. You can't receive better opportunities when you are attached to something that drains you. You can't receive real love when you are chasing fake love. You can't receive peace when you are holding on to chaos. So life removes what you refuse to release, and when life removes it, it hurts. But later you realize it was mercy, later you realize it was protection, later you realize you were saved from something worse. Because sometimes what you call loss was actually life-removing poison. This is why Buddhism teaches that suffering can be liberation. It breaks attachments, it breaks illusions, it breaks false comfort, it breaks emotional dependency, and once these things break, you return to yourself. Returning to yourself means you start listening to your intuition again. You start respecting your emotions again. You start honoring your boundaries again. You start choosing yourself again. You start building your life again. You stop living in confusion. You stop living in constant overthinking. You stop living in emotional hunger. You stop waiting for someone to complete you. You realize you are already complete. You were just too attached to see it. Letting go is also returning to the present moment, because attachment keeps you trapped in the past and future. When you are attached, you replay old memories and suffer. You imagine future outcomes and panic. You live inside your mind and miss your life. But when you let go, you come back to now. You come back to breath. You come back to awareness. You come back to the simple truth that right now you are alive. Right now you can choose peace. Right now you can begin again. Buddhism teaches that the present moment is the only place freedom exists. The past is gone, the future is uncertain, but the present is real, and letting go brings you back to what is real. This is why letting go is not losing. It is returning to life, returning to peace, returning to yourself. And the most powerful part is this: when you let go of what is not meant for you, you create space for what is. You create space for healing. You create space for new connections. You create space for new opportunities. You create space for growth. You create space for a calmer mind. You create space for your next chapter. But you cannot receive new space if you keep clinging to what is already collapsing. So if you are holding on to something that is breaking you, understand this deeply. You are not weak for struggling. You are human. But you must also understand that holding on will not save you. Holding on will only delay your peace. Letting go will hurt for a while, but it will heal you forever. Because letting go is not the end of love. It is the end of suffering. And one day, when you look back, you will realize something that will shock you. You will realize that you didn't lose anything. You returned to yourself. You returned to your strength. You returned to your dignity. You returned to your peace. and that return was the greatest victory you could ever experience. 14. You don't need to fix everything, you need to understand everything. One of the biggest reasons people feel exhausted, overwhelmed, and mentally trapped is because they live with a constant pressure inside them that never turns off. A pressure that tells them they must fix everything. Fix the situation, fix the relationship, fix the mistake, fix the past, fix the future, fix themselves, fix other people, fix their emotions, fix their life. And when you live like this, your mind never rests, because even when nothing is happening, you still feel responsible for everything. You still feel like something is wrong. You still feel like you should be doing more. You still feel like you are behind. And this is why so many people lose peace, not because life is too hard, but because their mind has made life into a non-stop emergency. Buddhism teaches a calmer truth, a truth that gives you relief without making you lazy. It teaches that you don't need to fix everything, you need to understand everything. Because fixing is often driven by fear, but understanding is driven by wisdom. Fixing comes from panic, understanding comes from clarity, fixing comes from ego, understanding comes from awareness. And the difference between these two mindsets is the difference between suffering and peace. Most people are not suffering because they have problems. Problems are normal. Everyone has challenges. Everyone has difficulties. Everyone has struggle. The real suffering comes because the mind makes every problem feel personal, permanent, and unbearable. Your mind starts telling you, "This is too much. I can't handle it. I need to solve this today. If I don't fix it, my life is over." And that mental pressure becomes heavier than the problem itself. It's like carrying a small bag, but your mind keeps adding rocks into it until it feels impossible to lift. Buddhism teaches that the mind creates extra suffering through resistance, obsession, and the need for control. That need for control is what makes people feel like they must fix everything. They believe that if they can fix everything, they can finally feel safe. They believe that if they solve everything, anxiety will disappear. They believe that if everything becomes perfect, peace will arrive. But Buddhism teaches that this is a trap, because life will never be perfect. Life will never be fully controlled. Life will always have uncertainty. Life will always have change. And if your peace depends on life becoming perfect, then you will never have peace. This is why Buddhism teaches acceptance and understanding. Understanding means you look at life clearly, without emotional drama, without panic, and without exaggeration. It means you stop treating every challenge like a disaster. It means you learn to observe instead of react. It means you become a student of life instead of a victim of life. And this shift is powerful because when you become a student, you don't collapse during lessons, you learn during lessons. Understanding begins when you stop asking, "How do I fix this?" and start asking, "What is this trying to teach me?" Because every struggle carries a message, every pain carries a lesson, every ending carries wisdom, every failure carries guidance. But you can't see the lesson if your mind is stuck in panic mode. You can't learn if you are just trying to escape. Buddhism teaches that awareness is the beginning of liberation, because the moment you understand what is happening inside you, you stop being controlled by it. For example, someone hurts you, and your first instinct is to fix the relationship, to chase them, to explain yourself, to beg for clarity, to force peace. But Buddhism teaches you to step back and understand first. Understand the reality, understand the person's nature, understand your own attachment, understand why you are afraid to let go. Understand what part of you is hungry for validation. Understand what part of you feels unworthy without their love. When you understand these things, you stop chasing blindly. You stop begging. You stop forcing. You become calm, because now you see clearly. Many people waste years trying to fix people who don't want to change. They waste years trying to fix relationships that are already dead. They waste years trying to fix broken friendships that are built on ego. They waste years trying to fix something that life already ended. And they keep suffering because they think letting go means failing. But Buddhism teaches that letting go is wisdom, because wisdom knows when something is no longer aligned with your peace. Another example is when you fail at something, your mind instantly goes into fixing mode. You start hating yourself. You start overthinking every mistake. You start calling yourself useless. You start making the failure your identity. You start trying to fix it by forcing motivation, forcing confidence, forcing a quick comeback. But Buddhism teaches again, understand first. Understand why you failed. Understand what you avoided. Understand your habits. Understand your discipline. Understand your mindset. Understanding helps you grow, because growth comes from awareness, not from self-hate. Fixing everything also makes you emotionally unstable, because it creates a feeling that you are never done. No matter how much you do, you still feel behind. You still feel guilty. You still feel like you should be better. And this leads to constant stress. Buddhism teaches that contentment is peace, and contentment comes when you stop treating your life like a problem that must be solved. This does not mean you stop improving. Buddhism does not teach laziness. It teaches balance. It teaches right effort. It teaches wise action. It teaches doing what you can without destroying your mind. It teaches working without attachment. It teaches progress without obsession. It teaches growth without self-violence. One of the most important Buddhist ideas is that you can only control your actions, not the results. That means you can work hard, but you cannot force timing. You can love someone, but you cannot force loyalty. You can be good, but you cannot force fairness. You can try your best, but you cannot guarantee outcomes. When you understand this, you stop trying to fix everything. You start focusing on what is yours, your effort, your discipline, your response, your mindset, your direction. And you let go of what is not yours, other people's actions, other people's choices, the timing of life, the opinions of the world, the randomness of events. That is peace. Most people suffer because they take responsibility for things that are not their responsibility. They take responsibility for other people's happiness. They take responsibility for other people's emotions. They take responsibility for other people's behavior. They take responsibility for fixing every broken relationship. But Buddhism teaches boundaries. It teaches that you can be compassionate without carrying everyone's burden. You can love without losing yourself. You can help without drowning. You can support without sacrificing your sanity. You are not here to fix everyone. You are here to understand yourself and live with wisdom. Understanding everything also means understanding your own mind. Because many problems are not outside, they are inside. Anxiety is inside. Overthinking is inside. Fear is inside. Ego is inside. Attachment is inside. And you cannot fix what is inside by controlling what is outside. You cannot fix an anxious mind by forcing life to be predictable. You cannot fix insecurity by forcing people to stay. You cannot fix loneliness by begging for attention. You cannot fix emptiness by chasing pleasure. The only way to heal inside is through awareness, acceptance, and training the mind. Buddhism teaches that your mind is like a wild animal. If you don't train it, it will control you. It will drag you into fear. It will drag you into jealousy. It will drag you into anger. It will drag you into obsession. But when you train it through mindfulness, your mind becomes calm. It becomes a tool, not a weapon against you. So, when something goes wrong, instead of panicking and rushing to fix everything, you pause, You breathe, you observe, you ask, what is happening inside me right now? You notice your thoughts, you notice your emotions, you notice your body, you notice the tension in your chest, you notice the tightness in your stomach, you notice the racing mind. This awareness itself begins the healing because now you are present. Now you are not lost in reaction. Now you have space. And in that space, you become wise. You stop acting out of fear. You stop making emotional decisions. You stop saying things you will regret. You stop chasing people who are not meant for you. You stop forcing what is not flowing. You stop exhausting yourself trying to fix what cannot be fixed. Understanding also teaches you patience. Many people suffer because they want instant healing. They want instant results. They want instant peace. They want instant answers. But Buddhism teaches that everything takes time. Healing takes time. Growth takes time. Transformation takes time. Even the mind takes time to become calm. And when you accept this, you stop rushing. You stop pressuring yourself. You stop demanding perfection today. You become patient, and patience becomes peace. This is why understanding is more powerful than fixing. Fixing tries to force life. Understanding flows with life. Fixing tries to control outcomes. Understanding focuses on awareness. Fixing creates panic. Understanding creates calm. Fixing makes you impatient. Understanding makes you wise. Fixing makes you tired. Understanding makes you free. The moment you stop trying to fix everything, something beautiful happens. You stop living like life is attacking you. You stop living like you are always behind. You stop living like you must be perfect to be at peace. You begin to live with softness. You begin to live with acceptance. You begin to live with balance. You begin to live with trust. And trust is the final step. Trust does not mean you stop working. Trust means you stop obsessing. Trust means you stop fearing every outcome. Trust means you accept that life can surprise you, and you can still survive. Trust means you understand that even if things don't go your way, you will rebuild. Trust means you stop treating uncertainty like a threat and start treating it like life's nature. So remember this deeply. You don't need to fix everything. You need to understand everything. Understand your mind. Understand your attachments. Understand your emotions. Understand what life is showing you. Understand what needs healing. Understand what needs releasing. Understand what needs patience. And once you understand, your next actions become calm, clear, and powerful. Because a person who understands life does not panic. A person who understands life does not collapse. A person who understands life does not chase. A person who understands life becomes steady. And that steadiness becomes their peace. 15. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is. Most people spend their entire lives chasing one thing without realizing it. They are chasing freedom. Not the freedom to travel, not the freedom to buy anything. Not the freedom to live however they want on the outside. They are chasing inner freedom. The freedom to feel calm. The freedom to feel safe inside their own mind. The freedom to stop overthinking. The freedom to stop suffering over people. The freedom to stop living with fear. The freedom to stop replaying pain. The freedom to finally breathe without carrying pressure in the chest. And here is the truth Buddhism teaches with shocking clarity. Your freedom does not begin when life becomes perfect. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is. Acceptance is one of the most misunderstood spiritual powers. Many people think acceptance means giving up. They think acceptance means you are weak. They think acceptance means you stop trying. They think acceptance means you agree with what happened. But Buddhism teaches that acceptance is not surrendering your life, it is surrendering your fight with reality. Because reality is already real. Reality is already happening. Reality does not wait for your emotions to catch up. Reality does not change because you are angry. Reality does not reverse because you regret it. Reality is simply the truth of the moment. And when you keep fighting this truth, you suffer. This is why people feel trapped. Not because they are trapped by life, but because they are trapped by their refusal to accept life. They refuse to accept that someone changed. They refuse to accept that a relationship ended. They refuse to accept that an opportunity passed. They refuse to accept that their plans didn't work. They refuse to accept that they made mistakes. They refuse to accept that time moved forward. They refuse to accept that the past is over. And this refusal becomes a prison more painful than the event itself. Buddhism teaches that suffering is not only caused by pain, suffering is caused by resistance. When you resist what already happened, you create mental suffering that never ends. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because the moment you accept, you stop fighting. And the moment you stop fighting, your mind becomes lighter. Acceptance does not remove pain instantly, but it removes the extra suffering your mind adds. It removes the endless questioning. It removes the obsessive replaying. It removes the why me mentality. It removes the bitterness. It removes the need for closure from people who will never give it. It removes the hunger for answers that life will never explain. Acceptance makes you calm enough to move forward. A lot of people think they want freedom, but what they truly want is control. They want life to go exactly their way. They want people to behave exactly as they expect. They want love to stay forever. They want plans to succeed without failure. They want stability without uncertainty. They want happiness without pain. But Buddhism teaches that this desire for control is the source of suffering. Because control is an illusion. You can control your actions, yes. You can control your effort, yes. You can control your discipline, yes. But you cannot control outcomes. You cannot control how people change. You cannot control what life will bring tomorrow. You cannot control time. You cannot control loss. And the more you try to control these uncontrollable things, the more anxious and exhausted you become. Acceptance is freedom because it ends the exhausting fight against life's nature. Life is change. Life is uncertainty. Life is impermanence. People come and go. Feelings rise and fall. Success appears and disappears. Health can change. Plans can collapse. This is life. And when you accept this truth, you stop being shocked by reality. You stop collapsing every time something changes. You stop treating every hardship like a curse. You start seeing life clearly. This is why Buddhism teaches mindfulness, because mindfulness is the practice of acceptance. Mindfulness is not just sitting quietly. It is training your mind to stop running from reality. It is training your mind to stop living in the past. It is training your mind to stop living in fear of the future. It is training your mind to return to the present moment and accept what is happening right now. When you are mindful, you stop fighting the present. You stop wishing the moment was different. You stop resisting feelings. You stop resisting pain. And that acceptance brings peace. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because acceptance also breaks the addiction to attachment. Attachment is the mind's habit of clinging to outcomes, clinging to people, clinging to comfort, clinging to what used to be, clinging to what you thought life should be. Attachment makes you emotionally dependent. It makes you desperate. It makes you fearful. It makes you insecure. Because when you cling, you are always afraid of losing, and that fear steals your peace. Acceptance breaks that clinging, because acceptance means you stop gripping life with desperation. You stop holding people like they are your oxygen. You stop treating outcomes like your identity. You stop believing that if something ends, you are finished. Acceptance makes you strong because it teaches you, even if I lose, I will survive. Even if it hurts, I will heal. Even if people leave, I will rebuild. Even if life changes, I will adapt. This mindset is the foundation of inner freedom, because the person who can accept change becomes unstoppable. Life cannot control them the way it controls everyone else. People cannot emotionally manipulate them. Situations cannot break their spirit, because they are no longer attached to comfort. They are attached to wisdom. Acceptance also gives you the power to forgive yourself. Many people are trapped not by life, but by their own guilt. They keep replaying mistakes. They keep punishing themselves. They keep living in regret. They keep thinking, if only I did this differently. But Buddhism teaches compassion, and compassion means you accept that you are human. You accept that you learned through mistakes. You accept that you did what you could with the awareness you had at that time. You accept that the past cannot be changed, but the future can be shaped. And when you accept this, you stop hating yourself. You stop being your own enemy. You stop being your own prison guard. Because the truth is, you cannot heal while fighting yourself. You cannot grow while insulting yourself. You cannot become peaceful while punishing yourself for being human. Acceptance brings self-compassion, and self-compassion brings inner strength. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because acceptance also changes your relationship with pain. Most people treat pain as something to escape. They run from it. They distract themselves. They numb themselves. They avoid it. But Buddhism teaches that avoiding pain creates suffering, because what you resist persists. What you refuse to feel stays trapped inside you. Emotions become heavier when they are ignored. Pain becomes deeper when it is suppressed. And eventually, the pain finds a way to express itself through anxiety, anger, depression, or exhaustion. Acceptance means you stop running. You stop hiding. You stop pretending. You sit with your pain and you allow it to exist without judging it. You allow sadness to pass through you. You allow grief to breathe. You allow disappointment to be felt. And when you allow it, something strange happens. The pain begins to soften. It begins to dissolve. Not because life fixed everything, but because you stopped fighting it. This is why acceptance is not weakness. It takes strength to accept. It takes courage to face reality. It takes maturity to stop living in denial. It takes wisdom to let go of what you cannot control. Weak minds resist. Strong minds accept. Acceptance also frees you from the need for revenge, bitterness, and resentment. Many people suffer for years because they can't accept that someone hurt them. They can't accept that someone betrayed them. They can't accept that someone treated them unfairly. So they carry anger like a weapon, thinking it protects them. But anger is not protection. Anger is poison. It destroys your peace. It steals your sleep. It makes you restless. It keeps you stuck in the past. And the person who hurt you is not suffering the way you are suffering because they moved on, but you are still carrying the pain inside your body every day. Acceptance does not mean what they did was okay. Acceptance means you stop giving them power over your inner world. It means you stop allowing them to live in your mind rent-free. It means you release the grip of their actions on your peace. You say, that happened, and it hurt, but I will not destroy my life carrying it. That is freedom. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because acceptance gives you clarity. When you stop resisting, your mind becomes calm. And when your mind becomes calm, your vision becomes clear. You stop making decisions out of panic. You stop reacting emotionally. You stop chasing what is not for you. You stop forcing what is not flowing. You begin to choose wisely. You begin to see the truth in people. You begin to see the truth in yourself. You begin to see the truth in life. This clarity is priceless, because when you see clearly, you stop wasting time, you stop wasting energy, you stop wasting love on people who don't value it. You stop wasting effort on things that do not align with your soul. You stop living in confusion. You stop living in uncertainty created by attachment. You start living with direction. This is why acceptance is a turning point. It is the moment your inner war ends. It is the moment your heart stops bleeding unnecessarily. It is the moment you stop trying to hold what is already gone. It is the moment you stop begging for a past that will never return. It is the moment you stop wishing reality was different. And that moment is not the end of your life. It is the beginning of your real life. Because when you accept what is, you stop being trapped in what was and what if. You step into what is now. And what is now is where your power lives. What is now is where your healing begins. What is now is where your freedom starts. So, if you are suffering right now, ask yourself this one question with honesty: what am I refusing to accept? Because the thing you refuse to accept is often the thing keeping you trapped. It could be an ending. It could be rejection. It could be change. It could be loss. It could be your own mistakes. It could be a truth about someone. It could be a truth about yourself. And the moment you accept it, you will feel it. You will feel a release. You will feel your chest lighten. You will feel your mind slow down. You will feel your heart stop fighting. You will not suddenly be happy, but you will finally be free. And that freedom is the greatest gift you can ever give yourself, because freedom is not found in controlling life. Freedom is found in accepting life. And the moment you accept what is, life stops breaking you, and it starts shaping you into someone peaceful, wise, and unshakable. 16. Your mind becomes your home when you stop running from it. Most people don't realize this, but the real reason they feel tired is not because they have too much to do. It's because they have nowhere to rest inside themselves. Their body might sit on a bed, their eyes might close, their day might end, but the mind keeps running, the mind keeps replaying, the mind keeps worrying. The mind keeps thinking of what went wrong, what might go wrong, what could have been different, what people said, what people didn't say, what they lost, what they fear, and what they still don't understand. And that is why so many people wake up tired even after sleeping, because their body rested, but their mind never stopped working. Buddhism teaches something that sounds simple, but it is one of the deepest truths you can ever learn. Your mind becomes your home when you stop running from it. Because the truth is, you can escape people, you can escape places, you can escape situations, but you cannot escape yourself. Wherever you go, your mind follows. Wherever you run, your thoughts chase you. Wherever you hide, your emotions find you. And that is why peace is not about changing your life on the outside. Peace is about changing your relationship with your inner world. Many people are not afraid of failure. They are afraid of silence. They are not afraid of being alone. They are afraid of being alone with their mind. Because when they are alone, they cannot hide from what they feel. They cannot distract themselves from their fears. They cannot numb themselves from their pain. They cannot avoid the uncomfortable truth inside. So they keep their life noisy, they keep their life busy, they keep their life full of distractions. They scroll, they talk, they watch, they chase, they work endlessly. They fill every moment with something because they don't want to face the moment when their own mind speaks. But Buddhism teaches that the mind is not your enemy. Your unawareness is your enemy. The mind becomes painful only when it is untrained. A wild mind is like a stormy ocean. It pulls you into dark waves. It makes you panic. It makes you overthink. It makes you suffer. But the mind is not supposed to stay wild forever. It can be trained. It can be calmed. It can become peaceful. And when you train it, your mind becomes a safe place to live. This is why Buddhism teaches mindfulness. Mindfulness is not just meditation. Mindfulness is learning how to sit with yourself without being destroyed by yourself. Mindfulness is learning how to observe thoughts without becoming them. Mindfulness is learning how to breathe through emotions without drowning in them. Mindfulness is learning how to stop reacting automatically and start responding wisely. And the more you practice this, the more your mind becomes your home. A home is a place where you feel safe. A home is a place where you can rest. A home is a place where you can breathe without fear. But many people do not feel safe in their mind. Their mind feels like a battlefield. Their thoughts attack them. Their memories haunt them. Their fears chase them. Their regrets torture them. Their insecurities whisper lies to them. And because of this, they keep running. They keep searching for peace in people, in relationships, in attention, in success, in money, in validation. But nothing outside can bring lasting peace when your mind is at war with itself. Because even if you achieve everything, you will still carry your mind. This is why Buddhism teaches that peace is internal, not external. You will never feel stable in the world until you feel stable inside. When you stop running from your mind, you begin to see the truth. You begin to see how much suffering you created through your own thoughts. You begin to see how much anxiety came from imagining the future. You begin to see how much sadness came from replaying the past. You begin to see how much anger came from resisting reality. You begin to see how much pain came from attachment. You begin to see how much exhaustion came from carrying things you cannot control. This awareness is not meant to shame you, it is meant to free you, because once you see your patterns, you can change them. And once you change them, your life changes. Buddhism teaches that the mind is like a mirror. If the mirror is dirty, everything you see looks ugly, distorted, and dark. But if you clean the mirror, the world looks clear again. Your life may not change overnight, but the way you see life changes, and that changes everything. Because your suffering is not always caused by life, it is caused by your interpretation of life. It is caused by the stories you tell yourself. It is caused by the meaning you attach to events. It is caused by the way you talk to yourself when things go wrong. So when you stop running, you begin cleaning the mirror. The first thing you learn when you stop running from your mind is that thoughts are not facts. This is powerful, because most people suffer because they believe every thought they have. They believe the thought that says, "I'm not good enough." They believe the thought that says, "I will never heal." They believe the thought that says, "I will always be alone." They believe the thought that says, "Life is against me." They believe the thought that says, "Nothing will get better." But Buddhism teaches that thoughts are just mental events. They rise, they exist, and they fall. They are not reality. They are not permanent truth. They are not your identity. When you learn to observe thoughts instead of believing them, you become free. You start saying, "I notice this thought," instead of, "This thought is me." You start saying, "My mind is creating fear," instead of, "My life is hopeless." You start saying, "This is anxiety speaking," instead of, "Something terrible will happen." That distance between you and your thoughts is where your power begins, because once you create distance, you stop being controlled. The second thing you learn is that emotions are not enemies. Many people run from their emotions because emotions feel uncomfortable. Sadness feels heavy, fear feels tight, anger feels hot, loneliness feels empty. But Buddhism teaches that emotions are part of being human. They are like weather. They come and go. If you allow them to pass through you, they fade naturally. But if you resist them, they become stronger. What you resist persists. So instead of fighting emotions, you learn to sit with them. You learn to breathe through them. You learn to let them exist without letting them destroy you. You begin to understand that emotions are energy, and energy must move. If you trap your emotions inside, they become suffering. But if you allow them, they become healing. The third thing you learn is that your mind is shaped by habits. The mind is not just random chaos. It becomes what you feed it. If you feed it negativity, it becomes negative. If you feed it fear, it becomes fearful. If you feed it overthinking, it becomes restless. If you feed it comparison, it becomes insecure. If you feed it gratitude, it becomes calm. If you feed it presence, it becomes peaceful. If you feed it discipline, it becomes strong. This is why Buddhism teaches right practice. You cannot heal through wishing. You heal through training. You heal through repetition. You heal through discipline. And this is where many people change forever, because they stop waiting for peace to magically arrive. They start building peace consciously. When you stop running from your mind, you also learn the truth about your attachments. You begin to see what you cling to emotionally. You begin to see what you depend on for validation. You begin to see what you fear losing the most. And Buddhism teaches that the things you fear losing the most often control you the most. If you fear losing someone, you become anxious. If you fear losing approval, you become a people pleaser. If you fear losing success, you become obsessed. If you fear losing comfort, you become weak. But when you see these attachments, you can begin letting them go, not because you don't care, but because you want freedom. Freedom means you can love without clinging. Freedom means you can work without obsession. Freedom means you can enjoy without fear. Freedom means you can live without constant anxiety. And when you stop running from your mind, something beautiful happens. You start becoming your own support system. You stop needing the world to constantly reassure you. You stop needing people to constantly validate you. You stop needing life to be perfect to feel calm. Because now your mind is stable. Now your inner world is safe. Now you can sit with yourself and not collapse. Now you can be alone and still feel whole. This is what Buddhism calls inner refuge. A refuge is a safe place you return to during storms. Most people return to distractions. They return to toxic habits. They return to unhealthy people. They return to addiction. But a wise person returns to breath, returns to awareness, returns to mindfulness, returns to the present. This becomes your refuge. And once you have an inner refuge, life cannot destroy you easily. Because even when life is chaotic, your mind becomes calm. Even when people leave, you remain stable. Even when plans fail, you remain grounded. Even when you suffer, you remain aware. You do not become lost inside pain. You do not become lost inside fear. You do not become lost inside regret. You remain present, and presence is power. Your mind becomes your home when you stop running because you finally stop fighting yourself. You stop treating your emotions like enemies. You stop treating your thoughts like truth. You stop treating yourself like a problem that must be fixed. You begin treating yourself like a human being that must be understood. And understanding brings compassion. Compassion brings patience. Patience brings healing. Healing brings peace. So if you feel restless, if you feel mentally exhausted, if you feel like you cannot escape your thoughts, remember this: you are not trapped because life is bad. You are trapped because you are running from your own mind. The moment you stop running, the moment you turn inward with awareness, the moment you sit with your feelings without escaping, the moment you observe your thoughts without believing them, your healing begins. And one day, you will reach a level of peace where your mind is no longer a battlefield. It becomes a home A home where you can breathe, a home where you can rest, a home where you can heal, a home where you can be alone and still feel whole, and that is true freedom. 15. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is. Most people spend their entire lives chasing one thing without even realizing it. They are chasing freedom, not the freedom to travel anywhere, not the freedom to buy expensive things, not the freedom to show the world they're doing better. They are chasing inner freedom, the kind of freedom that lets you breathe without anxiety sitting on your chest, the kind of freedom that lets you sleep without your brain replaying the same pain again and again, the kind of freedom that lets you walk through life without constantly needing someone's attention, someone's love, someone's approval just to feel okay. And Buddhism teaches a truth that is brutal but beautiful at the same time. Your freedom does not begin when life becomes easy. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is. Because the truth is, the world is not holding you hostage. Your past is not holding you hostage. Other people are not holding you hostage. The thing holding you hostage is your resistance, your refusal to accept reality, your refusal to accept change, your refusal to accept endings, your refusal to accept that some things are out of your control. And as long as you keep fighting what is already true, you will stay stuck. That is why acceptance is not weakness. Acceptance is the doorway to peace. Most people misunderstand acceptance. They think acceptance means surrendering your life, giving up on dreams, or allowing people to disrespect you. They think acceptance means you're saying, "What happened was okay." But Buddhism teaches that acceptance is not approval. Acceptance is not agreement. Acceptance is simply seeing reality clearly and stopping the fight inside your mind. It's the moment you stop saying, "This should not be happening," and start saying, "This is happening." Because the moment you accept that something is real, you stop wasting energy trying to undo it. You stop bleeding over it. You stop making yourself suffer twice. Buddhism teaches that pain is unavoidable, but suffering is optional. Pain comes from life. Suffering comes from resistance. Pain happens when someone leaves you. Suffering happens when you keep replaying it for months. Pain happens when you fail. Suffering happens when you make failure your identity. Pain happens when things don't go your way. Suffering happens when you keep fighting reality instead of adapting. This is why acceptance is freedom, because it removes unnecessary suffering. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because the moment you accept, your mind relaxes. It doesn't mean you suddenly become happy, but you stop being trapped. You stop being chained to the past. You stop being chained to people who don't care anymore. You stop being chained to the idea that life must go exactly as you planned. You begin to feel a quiet shift inside you, like your soul is finally exhaling. Most people don't realize how much tension they are holding inside their body. They hold it in their shoulders, they hold it in their jaw, they hold it in their chest, they hold it in their stomach, they hold it in their breath. Their body is always tense because their mind is always fighting. Fighting what happened, fighting what could happen, fighting what they can't control, fighting the truth. And that constant fight makes them exhausted, even when life is not doing much. Acceptance is the moment you stop fighting. It is the moment your nervous system starts calming down. It is the moment your body begins to release. But here's the deeper part. Most people want peace, but they secretly still want control. They want peace only if they can control the outcome. They want peace only if the relationship works. They want peace only if the person comes back. They want peace only if life becomes fair. They want peace only if everything becomes predictable. Buddhism teaches that this is not peace. This is a deal with life. A contract that says, "I'll be okay only if." But life does not follow contracts. Life follows change. Life follows impermanence. So the person who tries to control everything will always suffer because the world will always surprise them. Acceptance is not about controlling life. It is about controlling your reaction. It is about controlling your inner world, because the outside will always shift, but your inner stability can stay if you train it. This is why Buddhism teaches mindfulness. Mindfulness is not just sitting quietly. Mindfulness is the practice of accepting the present moment as it is. It is the practice of observing life without trying to fight it. It is the practice of breathing through discomfort instead of panicking. It is the practice of noticing thoughts without believing them. It is the practice of allowing emotions to rise and fall without turning them into a story that ruins your day. When you become mindful, you start realizing how much suffering comes from your thoughts, not from reality. Your mind will create a whole prison with one painful event. Someone ignores you, and your mind says, "I'm not important." A plan fails, and your mind says, "I'm a failure." Someone leaves, and your mind says, "I'll never be loved again." A setback happens, and your mind says, "My life is over." Buddhism teaches that these thoughts are not truth. They are fear. They are attachment. They are ego. And when you accept what is, you stop letting the mind exaggerate reality. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because acceptance also breaks the addiction to the past. The past is one of the biggest prisons for humans. People live in memories. People live in regret. People live in what they lost. People live in what they wish they could change. And the past becomes painful because it cannot be edited anymore. You can replay it, but you cannot fix it. You can think about it, but you cannot go back. So living in the past is like punching a wall and expecting the wall to move. The wall never moves, but your hand keeps bleeding. Acceptance is the moment you stop punching the wall. It is the moment you stop expecting the past to change. It is the moment you stop begging the universe for a rewind. It is the moment you stop saying, "Why did it happen?" and start saying, "It happened, and now I choose peace." That doesn't erase pain, but it ends the war. Acceptance also frees you from the need for closure. Many people stay trapped because they want answers. They want explanations. They want someone to admit they were wrong. They want someone to say sorry. They want someone to understand their pain. They want someone to finally care the way they should have cared. But Buddhism teaches that waiting for closure from others is a form of attachment. You are waiting for someone else to release you, and that makes you powerless, because some people will never explain, some people will never apologize, some people will never take responsibility, some people will never understand you, and if your peace depends on them, you will never be free. Acceptance is you giving yourself closure. It is you saying, "I will not wait for them to heal me. I will not wait for them to understand me. I will not wait for them to fix what they broke. I choose to let go and move forward." That is freedom. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because acceptance also breaks ego. Ego is not just pride. Ego is the part of you that demands life to follow your script. Ego is the part of you that says, "This shouldn't happen to me." Ego is the part of you that feels insulted by rejection. Ego is the part of you that turns setbacks into humiliation. Ego is the part of you that fears being seen as weak. Ego is the part of you that wants control. And ego creates suffering because it resists reality. But when you accept what is, ego becomes quieter. You stop needing to prove yourself. You stop taking life personally. You stop feeling attacked by every small thing. You become calm because you understand that life is not a personal war. It is a journey. Acceptance also teaches you patience. Many people suffer because they want immediate healing. They want immediate answers. They want immediate success. They want immediate peace. But Buddhism teaches that everything unfolds with time. Even healing takes time. Even growth takes time. Even wisdom takes time. And when you accept that, you stop rushing yourself. You stop pressuring your heart. You stop punishing your mind for not being over it yet. You allow yourself to heal naturally. You allow time to work. You allow yourself to breathe. And this patience becomes peaceful. The moment you accept what is, you also stop carrying guilt and shame the same way. Because acceptance makes you realize something important. You did what you could with the awareness you had. You made mistakes because you were human. You chose wrong because you didn't see clearly at that time. You trusted the wrong people because you had hope. You stayed too long because you had attachment. But that doesn't mean you are weak. That means you were learning. Buddhism teaches compassion, and compassion begins with yourself. It begins when you stop bullying yourself for the past. It begins when you forgive yourself and say, I learned. Because the past was not meant to destroy you, it was meant to shape you. Acceptance also changes your relationship with pain itself. When you stop resisting pain, pain becomes lighter. Not because pain disappears instantly, but because you stop adding fear, panic, and overthinking to it. Many people make pain worse by saying, this shouldn't hurt. But if you allow it, you stop suffering extra. If you let yourself feel the pain without fighting it, it flows through you like a wave. It rises and falls, but if you resist it, it stays trapped and becomes heavier. This is why Buddhist teachers often say, let it come, let it be, let it go. Let the sadness come, let it be, let it go. Let the fear come, let it be, let it go. Let the loneliness come, let it be, let it go, because everything is impermanent, everything passes. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is, because acceptance makes you emotionally strong. It makes you unshakable. Not because you stop feeling, but because you stop collapsing. You stop reacting to everything. You stop being controlled by every person, every situation, every opinion, every change. You remain centered. And the person who remains centered is powerful. Think about how dangerous it is to live without acceptance. If you refuse to accept reality, you will always suffer. You will always be angry. You will always be disappointed. You will always feel betrayed. You will always feel like life is unfair. But life has never promised fairness. Life has never promised stability. Life has never promised comfort. Life has promised change. So, acceptance is not giving up. It is aligning with the truth of life. And when you align with truth, you become free. So the next time life breaks something, instead of panicking, ask yourself this simple question: what am I refusing to accept? Because the thing you refuse to accept is often the thing stealing your peace. It could be a truth about someone. It could be a truth about yourself. It could be a truth about your situation. But once you accept it, you will feel it. You will feel release. You will feel calm. You will feel your heart soften. You will feel the weight become lighter. Because acceptance does not fix life. It fixes your relationship with life. And when your relationship with life becomes calm, life becomes easier to carry. Your freedom begins the moment you accept what is. Not when life becomes perfect. Not when people apologize. Not when everything works out. Your freedom begins now, in this moment, when you stop fighting reality and start flowing with it. And that is the moment your suffering starts turning into peace. 16. Your mind becomes your home when you stop running from it. Most people think their suffering comes from the outside world, from people, from problems, from bad luck, from stress, from betrayal, from pressure, from responsibilities. And yes, all of those things can hurt you, but Buddhism teaches a deeper truth, a truth that explains why even people with perfect lives can still feel empty, restless, and broken inside. Buddhism teaches that the greatest suffering is not always what happens to you. The greatest suffering is what happens inside you when you are alone. The noise of your thoughts, the weight of your emotions, the endless replaying of pain, the fear of the future, the regret of the past, the anxiety that never fully leaves your chest, and the reason it becomes unbearable is because you have nowhere to rest. Your body can lie down, your eyes can close, but your mind keeps running. Your mind keeps fighting. Your mind keeps carrying. And that is why you feel tired in a way that sleep cannot fix. This is why Buddhism teaches something that sounds simple but is life-changing. Your mind becomes your home when you stop running from it. Because you can escape places. You can escape people. You can escape situations. But you cannot escape your own mind. Your mind follows you everywhere. Your thoughts go with you into every room. Your emotions go with you into every relationship. Your fears go with you into every new chapter. And if your mind is chaotic, no matter where you go, you will still suffer. That is why peace is not a destination. Peace is an inner environment you build. Most people are not afraid of being alone. They are afraid of being alone with their thoughts. That is why they keep themselves busy. They fill every moment with noise. They scroll on their phone even when their eyes are tired. They play music even when their heart is heavy. They stay around people even when they feel drained. They talk even when silence is what they need. They distract themselves with entertainment, with dopamine, with temporary pleasures. Because the moment the noise stops, their mind speaks. And when the mind speaks, it often speaks in pain. It brings back memories. It brings back regret. It brings back fear. It brings back loneliness. It brings back questions that have no answers. So they run again. But Buddhism teaches that the mind is not your enemy. Your unawareness is your enemy. Your mind becomes dangerous only when it is untrained. A wild mind is like an untamed animal. It bites you. It drags you. It controls you. It makes you suffer. But the mind can be trained. It can be calmed. It can become gentle. It can become peaceful. And when it becomes peaceful, it becomes your home. A home is not a place where nothing ever goes wrong. A home is a place where you feel safe even when life is hard. A home is a place where you can return when the world becomes loud. A home is a place where your heart can breathe. But for many people, the mind does not feel like a home. The mind feels like a prison. It feels like a dark room. It feels like a battlefield. Thoughts attack you. Memories haunt you. Emotions overwhelm you. And because of this, you keep searching for safety outside. You search for someone to calm you. You search for someone to love you enough to heal you. You search for success to distract you. You search for money to make you feel secure. You search for attention to make you feel seen. But no matter how much you find outside, it never lasts because you still carry the same mind inside. This is why Buddhism is not just a philosophy. It is mental training. It is emotional mastery. It is spiritual discipline. It is the art of turning your mind into a safe place to live. When you stop running from your mind, the first thing you realize is how much suffering you created through thought. Not because you are stupid, but because you were unconscious. You didn't realize how powerful your mind was. You didn't realize that your mind was constantly shaping your reality. You didn't realize that the stories you told yourself were becoming your life. For example, one person leaves you, and your mind turns it into, "I am not lovable." A mistake happens, and your mind turns it into, "I always fail." A delay happens, and your mind turns it into, "My life is going nowhere." One bad day happens, and your mind turns it into, "My life is ruined." This is not reality. This is the mind exaggerating. This is the mind creating suffering. Buddhism teaches that your thoughts are not facts. Thoughts are just mental events. They rise, they exist, and they fall. The problem is, most people believe every thought they have. They treat every thought as truth. They treat every fear as a warning. They treat every insecurity as reality. And that is why their mind becomes a prison. Because they never question it, they never observe it. They never step back, they just drown inside it. But when you stop running, you begin to observe. You begin to notice thoughts like clouds passing through the sky. You stop grabbing them. You stop following them. You stop building your identity around them. This is mindfulness. Mindfulness is the ability to watch your mind without being controlled by your mind. And once you learn this, your life changes. Because instead of saying, "I am anxious," you start saying, "Anxiety is present." Instead of saying, "I am broken," you start saying, "Pain is here right now." Instead of saying, "My life is hopeless," you start saying, "My mind is creating hopeless thoughts." This small shift creates space, and space creates freedom. The second thing you learn when you stop running from your mind is how emotions work. Most people think emotions are permanent. They think sadness will last forever. They think anxiety will never leave. They think pain will never heal. But Buddhism teaches that emotions are impermanent. They come like waves, and they leave like waves. The only reason emotions become unbearable is because people fight them. They resist them, they suppress them, they judge them, they insult themselves for feeling them. They say, "I shouldn't feel this. I should be stronger. I should be over this." And this judgment makes the emotion heavier. Buddhism teaches compassion. Compassion means you allow your emotions to exist without shaming yourself. It means you treat yourself gently during suffering. It means you accept that you are human. And once you stop fighting emotions, something surprising happens. They soften, they pass faster, because you stop feeding them with resistance. When you stop running from your mind, you also begin to see your attachments clearly. Attachment is not just loving something. Attachment is dependency. Attachment is when you need something outside to feel whole inside. You need a person's attention to feel worthy. You need success to feel valuable. You need money to feel safe. You need approval to feel confident. You need certainty to feel calm. And whenever you depend on something external for inner stability, your peace becomes fragile. Because external things change. People change. Money changes. Success changes. But your inner stability should not depend on unstable things. Buddhism teaches detachment, not because it wants you to stop loving, but because it wants you to stop suffering. Detachment means you stop clinging, you stop gripping. You stop treating temporary things like permanent foundations. You love without chains. You care without losing yourself. You enjoy without fear. And when you detach, you become free. Your mind becomes your home when you stop running, because you finally stop needing to escape yourself. You stop needing distractions to survive your own thoughts. You stop needing people to validate you. You stop needing entertainment to numb you. You stop needing constant noise to avoid silence. You become comfortable in your own inner world. And this is one of the greatest forms of power, because it means you are no longer emotionally dependent on the world. You can be alone and still feel whole. You can be rejected and still feel worthy. You can lose something and still feel stable. You can face uncertainty and still feel calm, because your home is inside you. But let's be honest, building this inner home is not easy. It requires discipline. It requires patience. It requires awareness. You have to practice, because the mind does not become calm overnight. The mind becomes calm through repetition, through training, through mindfulness, through returning to the present again and again. That is why Buddhism focuses on the breath, because the breath is always here, the breath is always in the present. When your mind runs to the past, you return to breath. When your mind runs to the future, you return to breath. When your emotions overwhelm you, you return to breath. When your thoughts attack you, you return to breath. The breath becomes your anchor. And every time you return to breath, you are returning home. This is why the person who learns to breathe consciously becomes powerful, because conscious breathing is conscious living. It brings you back from the chaos of the mind to the reality of the moment. It slows the nervous system, it calms the body, it clears the mind, and slowly your inner world becomes peaceful. When your mind becomes your home, you stop fearing life the way you used to. Because you know you can handle yourself, you know you can sit with pain, you know you can face emotions, you know you can survive difficult moments without collapsing, and this confidence changes everything. Because fear comes from the belief that you cannot handle what happens. But when you build a strong inner home, you stop fearing storms, because you know you have a safe place inside, no matter what happens outside. Your mind becomes your home when you stop running, because you finally stop fighting yourself. Many people don't realize this, but their biggest enemy is not life. It is the way they talk to themselves. They insult themselves. They shame themselves. They call themselves weak. They call themselves failures. They compare themselves to others. They punish themselves for mistakes. They create inner violence. Buddhism teaches that you cannot find peace through inner violence. You must create inner kindness, inner gentleness, inner compassion. Because the way you speak to yourself becomes the way you live. So you begin to change the inner voice. You begin to speak to yourself like someone you love. You begin to treat yourself like someone healing, not like someone worthless. You begin to forgive yourself. You begin to accept your imperfections. You begin to be patient with your progress. And slowly, your inner home becomes warm instead of cold. And when you finally build this inner home, something changes forever. You stop searching for peace in people who can't give it. You stop chasing validation like it is oxygen. You stop needing the world to constantly prove your worth. You become stable, quietly stable, strong in a way that doesn't need to be loud, calm in a way that doesn't need to be explained. Because now your mind is your home, and when your mind is your home, you carry peace everywhere you go. 17. One day you'll thank the pain that forced you to wake up. Right now, your pain might feel like punishment. It might feel unfair. It might feel like something you did not deserve. It might feel like life chose you to suffer while everyone else is smiling, moving forward, enjoying their days, and living without the heaviness you carry in your chest. And when you are in the middle of pain, the mind does something dangerous. It starts believing the pain is meaningless. It starts believing the pain is proof that your life is ruined. It starts believing the pain is proof that you are cursed, unlucky, or broken. But Buddhism teaches something completely different. It teaches that pain is not always punishment. Sometimes pain is an awakening. Sometimes pain is the moment life forces your eyes open. Sometimes pain is the moment life slaps you out of your sleep, not to destroy you, but to save you. Because the truth is, many people don't wake up until life breaks them. They don't change until they suffer. They don't grow until they hit a wall. They don't realize what matters until they lose something. They don't realize how trapped they were until they feel what it's like to collapse. This is not because humans are stupid. This is because humans become comfortable in their illusions. They become comfortable in habits, comfortable in patterns, comfortable in unhealthy attachment, comfortable in chasing people who don't value them, comfortable in living for approval, comfortable in surviving instead of living. And comfort is dangerous, Because comfort keeps you asleep. You can live asleep for years, smiling on the outside while bleeding on the inside, laughing with people while feeling empty alone, working hard while ignoring your soul, staying busy while ignoring your emotions, staying in relationships while losing yourself, tolerating disrespect while calling it love, calling attachment loyalty, calling fear caution, calling dependency love. This is the sleep Buddhism talks about, the sleep of ignorance, the sleep of living unconsciously. And when you live unconsciously, you suffer without even knowing why. You keep repeating the same pain, the same lessons, the same heartbreak, the same mistakes, because you never wake up enough to see the pattern. Pain wakes you up because pain forces awareness. It forces you to look at yourself. It forces you to look at your life. It forces you to question what you were ignoring. It forces you to admit what you were denying. It forces you to confront what you were avoiding. And this is why pain feels so intense, because it drags truth into the light. Buddhism teaches that awareness is the beginning of liberation. And pain creates awareness in a way comfort never will. Comfort keeps you distracted. Comfort keeps you relaxed. Comfort keeps you repeating the same cycle because nothing feels urgent. But pain makes everything urgent. Pain makes you see life clearly. It makes you realize time is real. It makes you realize people can leave. It makes you realize peace is fragile. It makes you realize life is impermanent. And when you realize these truths, you start changing. One day, you'll thank the pain that forced you to wake up because you'll realize the person you were before the pain was not truly free. Maybe you were addicted to people's approval. Maybe you were chasing love from someone who never respected you. Maybe you were trying to be perfect so people wouldn't abandon you. Maybe you were living with fear of being alone. Maybe you were tolerating toxic friendships because you feared loneliness. Maybe you were overworking because you didn't know how to rest. Maybe you were distracting yourself because you didn't know how to face your emotions. Maybe you were living a life that looked okay but felt empty. Pain reveals all of that. Pain exposes your attachments. Pain shows you what controls you. Pain shows you what you cling to. Pain shows you what you fear losing. And Buddhism teaches that what you fear losing controls you, because fear is attachment, and attachment is suffering. So pain forces you to face your attachments, and when you face them, you begin to detach. When you detach, you become free. That freedom is the gift hidden inside suffering. The pain you are going through right now might be breaking something inside you, but what if that something was never meant to stay? What if the thing breaking is your illusion? What if it's your ego? What if it's your dependency? What if it's your weak mindset? What if it's your fear of change? What if it's the part of you that kept settling for less? The storm is painful because it is removing parts of you that were keeping you stuck. Buddhism teaches that suffering often comes from clinging to what is already gone, holding on to people who changed, holding on to a past that will never return, holding on to a plan that life clearly refused, holding on to a version of yourself you have outgrown, and the longer you cling, the more you suffer. So pain forces release. It forces you to let go. It forces you to stop begging life to be what it is no longer. And yes, it hurts. It hurts because letting go feels like death. It feels like losing the identity you built around something. It feels like losing the comfort you depended on. It feels like losing the illusion that life was stable. But Buddhism teaches that every letting go is also a return to your true self, a return to your peace, a return to your clarity, a return to the present moment. Pain forces this return. One day, you'll thank the pain because it will teach you how to be emotionally independent. Before pain, you might have needed people to feel whole. You might have needed attention to feel valued. You might have needed love to feel safe. You might have needed constant reassurance to feel calm. And because of that, you were always vulnerable. You were always at risk. Because when your happiness depends on people, your peace becomes fragile. It becomes something others can take away from you. But pain breaks this dependency. Pain makes you realize you cannot build your life on something unstable like other people's moods, other people's loyalty, other people's choices. So you begin building strength inside. You begin building peace inside. You begin building worth inside. And once you build from the inside, nobody can steal it. This is what makes you untouchable. This is what makes you powerful. You'll thank the pain because it will teach you boundaries. Many people don't learn boundaries until they get hurt badly. Before pain, you might have been too forgiving, too kind, too available, too willing to sacrifice. You might have given people endless chances. You might have tolerated disrespect. You might have stayed silent while being treated badly. You might have accepted crumbs because you were afraid of getting nothing. But pain teaches you a harsh truth. If you don't protect your peace, the world will keep taking from you. So after pain, you become stricter. You stop tolerating nonsense. You stop begging for basic respect. You stop explaining yourself to people who already decided they won't understand you. You stop chasing people who don't choose you. You stop giving energy where it isn't appreciated. And this is not bitterness. This is wisdom. You'll thank the pain because it will teach you patience. Many people want quick results, quick healing, quick success, quick peace. But pain teaches you that real growth is slow. Healing is slow. Transformation is slow. Becoming strong is slow. And once you accept this, you stop rushing yourself. You stop pressuring your heart. You stop expecting your mind to heal in one day. You become patient. And patience brings peace. You'll thank the pain because it will teach you mindfulness. Pain forces you into the present moment. When you suffer deeply, you start noticing your breath. You start noticing your thoughts. You start noticing your emotions. You start noticing your triggers. You become aware. And Buddhism teaches that awareness is the key to freedom, because once you become aware, you stop living unconsciously. You stop repeating the same mistakes. You stop reacting blindly. You stop being controlled by emotions. You begin to respond wisely. That awareness becomes your growth. Pain also teaches you humility. It breaks arrogance. It breaks ego. It breaks the illusion that you can control everything. And in that humility, you become more compassionate. You become more understanding. You become kinder. You stop judging people quickly because you realize everyone is carrying something. You stop thinking life is easy for others because you realize everyone hides pain. This compassion makes your heart deeper. It gives you wisdom. One day you'll thank the pain because you'll realize it saved you from a future that would have destroyed you. Sometimes life breaks you because you were heading towards something dangerous. Sometimes life takes someone away because keeping them would have ruined you. Sometimes life destroys a plan because that plan would have trapped you. Sometimes life closes a door because behind that door was a life that would have drained your soul. At the time it feels cruel, but later you realize it was protection, it was redirection, it was mercy. Buddhism teaches that everything happens through cause and effect. Your suffering is not random, it is not meaningless. It is connected to attachments, to desires, to clinging, to illusions. And when pain forces you to release these things, you become freer. And freedom is the ultimate goal. So yes, right now, you may hate this pain. You may wish it never happened. You may feel tired. You may feel lost. You may feel like you don't have strength left. But I want you to understand something deeply. The pain is not here to finish you. It is here to wake you up. It is waking you up to your worth. It is waking you up to your strength. It is waking you up to the truth. It is waking you up to what matters. It is waking you up to the life you were meant to live. And one day, you will look back on this season and your heart will finally understand. Not because someone explained it to you, but because your life will become proof. You will be calmer. You will be wiser. You will be stronger. You will be freer. You will be more selective with your energy. You will be more protective of your peace. You will be more disciplined with your mind. You will be more aware of what drains you. And when you see that growth, you will realize something that changes everything. You will realize that this pain was not the worst thing that happened to you. It was the best thing that forced you to wake up. 18. You are not lost. You are being redirected. There is a certain kind of pain that doesn't feel like sadness only. It feels like confusion, like disorientation, like your life is no longer making sense. Like you are waking up every day doing the same things, but your spirit is not inside it anymore. Like you are moving, but you don't know where you're going. Like something ended, something collapsed, something changed, and now you are standing in a place you never imagined you would be. And the hardest part is not even the loss itself. The hardest part is the feeling of being lost. Because when people feel lost, they start thinking something is wrong with them. They start believing they failed. They start believing they are behind. They start believing they wasted time. They start believing they made the wrong choices. They start believing they ruined their life. But Buddhism teaches something completely different, something that can bring you peace when your mind is panicking. It teaches that you are not lost. You are being redirected. And redirection is not punishment. Redirection is guidance. Sometimes life does not give you what you want, because what you want is not what you need. And this is one of the most painful truths a human being can face, because the ego wants control. The ego wants certainty. The ego wants the life it imagined. It wants the relationship it fantasized. It wants the success story it planned. It wants the exact outcome it dreamed of. But life has a deeper intelligence than your ego. Life is not here to satisfy your attachments. Life is here to evolve you. And evolution requires change. It requires loss. It requires endings. It requires discomfort. It requires growth. This is why you sometimes feel lost, not because your life is finished, but because your old path is no longer yours. Your old mindset is no longer yours. Your old identity is no longer yours. You have outgrown it, even if you are not fully aware yet. And the lost feeling is the space between the old you and the new you. It is the gap between the old chapter and the next chapter. It is the moment when life is moving you forward, but your mind is still holding on to the past. And that tension creates confusion. Buddhism teaches that suffering comes from clinging to what is already changing. When you are being redirected, the mind resists because it wants familiarity. It wants comfort. It wants the known. Even if the known was painful, it still feels safer than the unknown. That is why people go back to toxic relationships. That is why people return to the same bad habits. That is why people repeat the same cycles. Because the mind prefers familiar pain over unfamiliar growth. But life does not care about what your mind prefers. Life cares about what your soul needs, and your soul needs growth. So life redirects you. It redirects you through rejection. It redirects you through closed doors. It redirects you through endings. It redirects you through failure. It redirects you through uncomfortable change. It redirects you through people leaving. It redirects you through plans collapsing. It redirects you through sudden lessons. And in the moment, it feels cruel. It feels like life is ruining you. But later, you realize it was saving you. Buddhism teaches impermanence, which means everything in life changes. People change. Feelings change. Circumstances change. Paths change. Dreams change. And when you understand this, you stop taking redirection personally. You stop thinking you are cursed. You stop thinking you are unlucky. You start realizing that this is the nature of existence. The only thing that stays is change, and the person who accepts change becomes peaceful. The person who fights change suffers. You are not lost. You are being redirected because sometimes the universe must remove what you are too attached to. It must take away what you are too afraid to leave. It must break the comfort zone you are hiding inside, because if it doesn't, you will stay stuck for years. You will keep choosing what is not aligned. You will keep holding on to people who are draining you. You will keep chasing a dream that no longer fits you. You will keep living a life that looks normal but feels empty. So life shakes you. Life disrupts you. Life makes you uncomfortable enough that you finally move. This is the hidden mercy inside pain. Pain moves you. Pain pushes you. Pain wakes you up. Pain forces action. Pain breaks illusions. Pain makes you see the truth. If life always felt comfortable, you would never grow. If life always went your way, you would never become wise. If everything stayed stable, you would never discover your strength. Redirection is how life grows you. But here is what makes it so hard. When you are being redirected, you don't know where you are going yet. That is why it feels like being lost. Because humans want clear maps. They want guarantees. They want certainty. They want proof that the path will be worth it. But Buddhism teaches that clinging to certainty is suffering because certainty does not exist. Life is uncertain by nature. The future is unknown by nature. So the wise person does not demand certainty. The wise person builds inner stability so they can walk through uncertainty without fear. This is where faith in yourself becomes powerful. Not religious faith, but inner faith. Faith that you can handle life. Faith that you can rebuild. Faith that you can adapt. Faith that you can grow. Faith that even if you don't know the next step, you will figure it out. This is real strength. You are not lost. You are being redirected because what feels like failure is often correction. Sometimes the path you were on was wrong for you, even if it looked good on paper. Even if it made sense to your ego, even if it made sense to society, even if it impressed people, but deep inside you felt empty. Deep inside you felt misaligned. Deep inside you felt like something was missing, and you ignored that feeling because you were busy trying to prove something, busy trying to survive, busy trying to make others proud, busy trying to avoid disappointment. So life forces redirection. It removes you from that path. It shakes your world. It breaks the routine. And suddenly you feel lost because you no longer have the old direction. But that lost feeling is not a mistake. It is an opportunity. Because when you feel lost, you become open. You become aware. You start questioning. You start searching. You start listening to your intuition. You start learning. You start reflecting. You start growing. This is the beginning of wisdom, because wisdom is not built when life is easy. Wisdom is built when life forces you to look deeper. Buddhism teaches that your suffering is often a sign that you are holding on to something that is not true. Maybe you are holding on to a false identity. Maybe you are holding on to a false relationship. Maybe you are holding on to a false dream. Maybe you are holding on to a false belief about yourself. And when life redirects you, it is breaking what is false so you can return to what is real. Returning to what is real means returning to yourself, returning to your peace, returning to your purpose, returning to your values. Returning to the kind of life that actually feels right inside, not just looks good outside. But to return to yourself, you must first be removed from what was not you. That is redirection. You are not lost. You are being redirected because sometimes you must lose something to find something better. Not better in the sense of perfect, but better in the sense of aligned. Sometimes you lose a relationship so you can find self-respect. Sometimes you lose a friend group so you can find solitude and growth. Sometimes you lose a job so you can find your real calling. Sometimes you lose comfort so you can find courage. Sometimes you lose stability so you can find strength. Sometimes you lose what you thought you needed so you can discover what you truly needed all along. And this is why redirection feels painful, because the mind only sees loss, but the soul sees freedom. The mind only sees the ending, but the soul sees the opening. The mind only sees uncertainty, but the soul sees possibility. This is why Buddhism teaches awareness, because awareness allows you to see beyond the mind's fear. Awareness allows you to sit with discomfort without running. Awareness allows you to trust the process. A lot of people miss their redirection because they keep looking back. They keep wishing things were different. They keep begging the past to return. They keep holding on to what left. But the moment you accept that you are being redirected, you stop looking back. You start walking forward. And the forward walk is what creates your new life. Buddhism teaches that the present moment is where your power is. So when you feel lost, the answer is not to panic. The answer is to return to the present, return to breath, return to awareness. Return to what you can do today. You don't need to know the whole future. You only need to know your next step. Your next step might be healing. It might be resting. It might be learning. It might be working. It might be letting go. It might be rebuilding. It might be changing habits. It might be choosing solitude. It might be cutting off what drains you. It might be focusing on yourself. It might be discipline. But whatever it is small, and small steps create new roads. You are not lost. You are being redirected. And one day you will see it clearly. You will look back and realize that if you stayed on your old path, you would have stayed trapped. You would have stayed suffering. You would have stayed living a life that wasn't truly yours. But life moved you. Life disrupted you. Life pushed you into a new direction. And even though it hurt, it saved you. So if you feel lost right now, stop insulting yourself. Stop calling yourself a failure. Stop thinking you are behind. You are not behind. You are being guided into your next chapter. You are being redirected into a life that will shape you, strengthen you, and awaken you. And when you finally arrive, you will realize that being lost was not the end. It was the beginning of your real journey. 19. Your healing starts when you stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What now?" When life hits you hard, the first question your mind asks is not a calm question. It is not a wise question. It is a desperate question, a painful question. A question that comes from shock, fear, and disappointment. And that question is, why me? Why did this happen to me? Why did they leave me? Why did I get betrayed? Why did I fail? Why did my life collapse like this? Why did I lose what I loved? Why am I suffering while others seem okay? And at first, it feels normal to ask that, because pain makes you feel singled out. Pain makes you feel chosen for suffering. Pain makes you feel like life is unfair and targeting you personally. But Buddhism teaches that the "why me" mindset becomes a trap, not because your pain isn't real, but because that question keeps you stuck inside pain. It keeps you trapped in the past. It keeps you stuck in helplessness. It keeps you stuck in the feeling of being a victim. And the longer you stay stuck there, the more you suffer. This is why Buddhism teaches a shift that can change your life. Your healing starts when you stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What now?" Because "why me" looks backward. "What now?" looks forward. "Why me" keeps you in your wound. "What now" moves you toward your healing. "Why me" makes you powerless. "What now" gives you control again. Even if your life is painful, you always have one thing you can control: your next step. The reason "why me" is dangerous is because it makes you search for answers that may not exist. Sometimes there is no clear reason. Sometimes people hurt you because they are immature. Sometimes life changes because change is natural. Sometimes things fall apart because they were built on something weak. Sometimes a door closes because it was never meant to stay open. But when you keep asking "why me?", you keep reopening the wound. You keep replaying the pain. You keep living in the moment of betrayal. You keep living in the moment of loss. And your mind becomes addicted to the story of suffering. Buddhism teaches that suffering grows when you identify with it. When you turn your pain into your identity, you stop healing. You become the pain, you become the victim, you become the broken one. And then, every day you wake up, you carry that identity, you carry that story, you carry that bitterness. And it becomes your life. But pain was never meant to become your identity. Pain was meant to be a teacher, a messenger, a wake-up call. And once you learn the lesson, you are meant to move forward. This is why "what now?" is powerful. It doesn't deny your pain. It doesn't pretend you're okay. It doesn't force positivity. It simply accepts reality and asks the only question that creates progress. What now? What do I do next? What can I learn? What must I release? What must I change? What must I heal? What must I stop tolerating? What must I rebuild? This question brings you back to power. Buddhism teaches that life contains suffering for everyone. No human being escapes pain. Everyone experiences loss. Everyone experiences disappointment. Everyone experiences rejection at some point. Everyone experiences things not going as planned. So when you ask "why me?", you are acting like pain is unfair, like you were singled out. But Buddhism teaches that pain is part of existence. The difference is how you respond to it. Pain is not the end of you. Pain is the beginning of your awakening if you respond wisely. The "why me" mindset keeps you emotionally stuck because it makes you believe you are helpless. It makes you believe life is happening to you and you can do nothing. But "what now?" reminds you that even if you cannot control the past, you can control your response today, and your response today shapes your future. Think about it like this. If someone breaks your heart, you can spend months asking, "Why did they do this to me?" And you will stay bleeding. Or you can ask, "What now?" and you will begin healing. What now means you stop chasing closure from them. You stop begging for answers. You stop trying to make them understand your pain. You accept they are who they are. You accept what happened. And you choose your next step. Your next step might be cutting contact. Your next step might be focusing on yourself. Your next step might be rebuilding your confidence. Your next step might be learning boundaries. Your next step might be healing your attachment. But it is forward, not backward. Buddhism teaches detachment because detachment is the path out of suffering. Detachment is not coldness. Detachment is freedom. It is releasing the need to control outcomes. It is releasing the need for people to be different. It is releasing the need for the past to return. It is releasing the belief that you cannot survive without something. Detachment makes "what now?" possible. Because when you detach, you stop clinging to what hurt you. You stop holding on to the knife that cut you. You let go. Another reason "why me?" keeps you stuck is because it often turns into self-blame. You start thinking maybe you weren't enough. Maybe you were too weak. Maybe you were too emotional. Maybe you didn't try hard enough. Maybe you deserved it. And that is the most dangerous part, because now you are not only suffering from what happened, you are suffering from attacking yourself. Buddhism teaches compassion. Compassion means you don't punish yourself for being human. You don't shame yourself for feeling pain. You don't insult yourself for struggling. You treat yourself gently. You accept your humanity. And then you move forward. What now is a compassionate question because it does not judge, it does not shame, it does not insult, it simply guides. Healing begins when you accept that the past is finished. It is done. It cannot be rewritten. It cannot be reversed. It cannot be changed. You can learn from it, but you cannot live inside it. Buddhism teaches impermanence, which means every moment passes, and your suffering becomes greater when you try to freeze a moment that is already gone. When you keep replaying it, you are refusing impermanence. You are refusing change. You are clinging, and clinging is suffering. So, what now is your way of flowing again. It is your way of letting the river of life move. It is your way of stepping out of the stuck energy of the past and into the forward energy of growth. What now also teaches you resilience, because resilience is not never falling. Resilience is falling and then getting up, not instantly, not perfectly, but slowly, wisely, with awareness. And every time you choose what now instead of why me, you are training resilience. You are proving to yourself that you can move forward. You are proving to yourself that pain is not the end of you. You are proving to yourself that you have the strength to rebuild. Buddhism teaches that the mind is like a wild horse. If you don't guide it, it will drag you into suffering. Why me is the wild horse running in circles. What now is the reins. It is guidance. It is direction. It brings your mind back to purpose. And here is what makes this even deeper. The what now mindset is not just for healing, it is for transformation. Because healing is not only about feeling better, healing is about becoming better. Becoming wiser, becoming stronger, becoming more aware, becoming more peaceful, becoming more disciplined, becoming a person who will not repeat the same suffering again. When you ask, what now, you start making changes, you start improving habits, you start cutting off toxic people, you start setting boundaries, you start focusing on your purpose. You start becoming emotionally independent, you start training your mind, you start living with more awareness, and that transformation becomes your victory. One day you will realize that the pain that happened to you was not your end. It was your turning point. It was the moment life forced you to grow. And you grew not because you understood why, but because you chose what now. You chose to rebuild instead of collapse. You chose to heal instead of stay bitter. You chose to learn instead of stay trapped. You chose to change instead of repeat the cycle. And that choice is what healed you. So if life is breaking you right now, don't waste your energy begging the past for explanations. Don't waste your energy chasing answers that may never come. Don't waste your energy trying to make life fair. Instead, bring your power back to the present and ask the only question that matters now. What now? What now means, what is my next step? What is the lesson? What is the release? What is the growth? What is the change? What is the new direction? Because your healing does not start when life apologizes. Your healing starts when you stop asking, why me? And start asking, what now? And that is the moment your pain stops controlling you and starts shaping you. 20. Your peace is the prize, not their approval. Most people think they want happiness, but deep down, what they really want is approval. They want to be accepted. They want to be understood. They want to be chosen. They want to be valued. They want people to see their effort, see their heart, see their loyalty, see their kindness, and finally treat them the way they deserve. And because of this hunger, they spend their whole life chasing something outside themselves, something unstable, something they cannot fully control. They chase validation from people who are not even healed. They chase love from people who don't even love themselves. They chase attention from people who only notice them when it benefits them. And then they wonder why they feel empty, why they feel anxious, why they feel tired, why they feel like peace is always out of reach. Buddhism teaches a truth that is simple, sharp, and life-changing. Your peace is the prize, not their approval. Because approval is temporary, approval changes. Approval depends on moods. It depends on opinions. It depends on the version of you people want. One day they clap for you, the next day they criticize you. One day they love you, the next day they distance themselves. One day they respect you, the next day they ignore you. Approval is unstable. But peace is stable, peace is internal. Peace is what stays when everything else changes. And the person who chooses peace over approval stops suffering in the way they used to. Most people lose their peace because they give other people too much power. They allow someone's words to control their mood. They allow someone's attention to decide their worth. They allow someone's presence to decide their happiness. They allow someone's opinion to decide their confidence. And that is the definition of emotional slavery. Buddhism teaches that attachment creates suffering, and approval-seeking is one of the most painful attachments of all. Because when you are attached to approval, you cannot be free, you cannot be yourself. You cannot speak truth, you cannot set boundaries, you cannot walk away, you cannot live with dignity. You live in fear of rejection, fear of judgment, fear of not being liked. And that fear becomes a chain around your spirit. Your peace is the prize because peace is what gives you real power. When you have peace, you have clarity. When you have peace, you can think straight. When you have peace, your heart is light. When you have peace, you stop panicking. When you have peace, you stop chasing. When you have peace, you stop begging for love. When you have peace, you stop needing people to constantly prove your value, and that is the highest form of strength. But the mind doesn't understand this easily, because the mind is conditioned from childhood to want approval. Many people were raised to believe love must be earned. They were praised only when they succeeded. They were valued only when they behaved perfectly. They were accepted only when they pleased others. So they grew up thinking, approval is safety, approval is love, approval is survival. And this conditioning follows them into adulthood. They become people-pleasers. They become overgivers. They become the person who always sacrifices. They become the person who always says yes. They become the person who always apologizes, not because they are weak, but because they are hungry to be accepted. Buddhism teaches mindfulness because mindfulness helps you see these patterns clearly. It helps you recognize, I am not doing this because I want to. I am doing this because I am afraid. Afraid of being rejected, afraid of being abandoned, afraid of being misunderstood, afraid of being alone, afraid of not being chosen. And once you see that fear, you stop obeying it blindly. You start choosing consciously. You start choosing peace. Your peace is the prize, not their approval, because the moment you chase approval, you abandon yourself. You silence your truth. You ignore your boundaries. You tolerate disrespect. You stay in places you don't belong. You hold on to people who hurt you. You keep explaining yourself to people who never listen. You keep proving yourself to people who never appreciate you. And slowly you become exhausted because you are living a life that is not yours. You are living a life built for someone else's comfort. This is why so many people feel lost, not because they don't know what to do, but because they lost themselves while trying to be loved. They became a version of themselves that was easier to accept. A version that was quieter, smaller, softer, less confident, less honest, less bold. They stopped being real, and every time you stop being real, you lose peace. Buddhism teaches that suffering begins when you cling to illusions, and the biggest illusion is thinking approval will heal you. Approval cannot heal you. Approval can only feed your ego for a moment. But it cannot give you stable worth, because the moment approval disappears, your worth collapses again. That is why people who chase validation are always anxious. They are always waiting. Waiting for a text, waiting for praise, waiting for attention, waiting for confirmation, waiting for someone to finally choose them, and that waiting is suffering. Peace begins when you stop waiting. Peace begins when you choose yourself without needing permission. Peace begins when you stop needing everyone to understand you. Buddhism teaches detachment because detachment is freedom from these cravings. Approval seeking is a craving. It is a craving to be liked, a craving to be praised, a craving to be noticed, a craving to be loved, and cravings never end. If you feed a craving, it grows. Today you want one compliment. Tomorrow you want 10. Today you want one person's approval. Tomorrow you want everyone's. Today you want attention from one person. Tomorrow you fear losing it. Craving creates endless suffering, but detachment breaks it. Detachment says, I do not need this to be at peace. Detachment says, my worth is not dependent on your opinion. Detachment says, my value does not change because you changed. That is power. Your peace is the prize, because peace allows you to walk away from what drains you. People who chase approval can't walk away. They stay, they tolerate, they beg, they plead, they explain, they overgive. They forgive too quickly, they accept crumbs, because their fear of rejection is bigger than their respect for themselves. But the person who chooses peace becomes different. They stop negotiating their dignity. They stop lowering their standards. They stop staying where they are not valued. They stop forcing connection. They stop trying to be enough for people who will never appreciate them. And this shift hurts at first, because you lose people, you lose attention, you lose the comfort of being liked, you lose the addiction to validation. But what you gain is priceless. You gain yourself. You gain calm. You gain dignity. You gain control over your emotions. You gain freedom. Buddhism teaches that you cannot be free while you are attached. So the moment you detach from approval, you become free. This is why your peace is the real prize, not their messages, not their compliments, not their attention, not their approval, because those things are external. They can disappear any time. But peace is internal. When you build peace, you carry it everywhere. You don't depend on anyone. You don't beg. You don't chase. You don't fear being alone, because you are not alone. You have yourself. You have awareness. You have your breath. You have your mind trained to stay calm. And once you reach this level, people feel it. They feel your calm, they feel your stability, they feel your self-respect. And the funny thing is, the moment you stop chasing approval, you become more respected, because the world respects people who don't need validation to stand tall. The world respects people who don't break when others ignore them. The world respects people who stay centered. But you don't choose peace to be respected, you choose peace to be free. Your peace is the prize, because peace protects your life. It protects your energy. It protects your health. It protects your mind. Approval cannot protect you. Approval cannot save you. Approval cannot heal your nervous system. Approval cannot stop overthinking. Approval cannot give you sleep. Approval cannot give you stability. But peace can. So, how do you choose peace? Buddhism teaches that it begins with awareness. You notice your need for validation. You notice your craving for attention. You notice your fear of rejection. You notice your habit of over-explaining. You notice your habit of pleasing people. And instead of judging yourself, you understand it. You understand where it came from. You understand why you do it. And then you slowly change it. You start practicing saying no. You start practicing silence. You start practicing boundaries. You start practicing detachment. You start practicing being okay with being misunderstood. You start practicing walking away without explanation. You start practicing choosing yourself without guilt. And each time you do this, your peace grows stronger. Because peace is built, not found. And one day, you will reach a point where you no longer crave approval the same way. You won't chase love. You won't beg for attention. You won't shrink yourself. You won't fear being alone. Because you will finally understand the truth. Your peace is the prize, not their approval, not their validation, not their attention, not their opinions. Your peace, your calm, your dignity, your inner stability. And when you protect that peace, life stops controlling you. People stop controlling you. Situations stop controlling you. Because now you belong to yourself. And that is the greatest victory in the world. 21. The version of you that suffered is not the version of you that will win. When life hurts you, it doesn't only hurt your feelings, it touches your identity. It changes the way you see yourself. It changes the way you think. It changes what you expect from people. It changes how you trust. It changes how you love. And most importantly, it changes what you believe you deserve. That is why suffering feels so personal, because it's not just an event. It becomes a story inside your mind. A story that says, "This is who I am now. This is what my life will always be. This is how it ends for me." And if you are not careful, that story becomes your prison. But Buddhism teaches something powerful, something that can pull you out of that dark identity and remind you who you really are. It teaches that the version of you that suffered is not the version of you that will win. Because the person who suffers is not meant to stay the same. The person who suffers is meant to evolve. The person who breaks is meant to rebuild. The person who loses is meant to grow into someone wiser. And the person who feels hopeless now is not the person you will become when your mind becomes clear, when your heart becomes stable, and when your soul becomes strong again. Most people think pain only destroys. But Buddhism teaches that pain also transforms. It transforms because pain forces change. It forces reflection. It forces awareness. It forces a growth. It forces you to question what you were ignoring. It forces you to face what you were avoiding. It forces you to let go of what was draining you. And once you change because of pain, you are no longer the same person. This is why the version of you that suffered is not the version of you that will win. Because pain is like fire. Fire burns what is weak, but it hardens what is strong. Fire destroys the old, but it prepares the new. In the moment, fire feels like destruction, but later you realize it was purification. It was removal of the unnecessary. It was the ending of what was holding you back. The version of you that suffered might have been too attached, too trusting, too naive, too available, too forgiving, too desperate for love, too scared of being alone, too hungry for validation, too afraid to set boundaries, too willing to sacrifice yourself just to be accepted. That version of you was not wrong. It was human. It was learning. It was operating from fear, from need, from insecurity, from old wounds. But life had to break that version of you, because that version of you could not win in the long run. Because you cannot win while you are emotionally dependent. You cannot win while you are begging for approval. You cannot win while you are attached to people who drain you. You cannot win while you are constantly afraid of being abandoned. You cannot win while your mind is undisciplined. You cannot win while you tolerate disrespect. You cannot win while you keep living for others instead of building your own peace. So life creates suffering, and the suffering feels like punishment, but the suffering is actually training. Buddhism teaches that the mind is the battlefield, and the person who wins is the one who trains the mind, not the one who has the easiest life. The person who wins is the one who learns to detach, the one who learns to control emotions, the one who learns to stay calm under pressure, the one who learns to respond wisely instead of reacting blindly, the one who learns to accept what is and move forward, the one who learns to become stable inside even when life is unstable outside. That is the winner, not the person with the most comfort, not the person with the most luck, not the person with the easiest story. This is why suffering is a gift, even when it feels cruel, because suffering forces you to become stronger than you were. It forces you to become wiser than you were. It forces you to become more aware than you were. And awareness is the beginning of victory. The version of you that suffered might have blamed themselves for everything. They might have overthought every mistake. They might have replayed every moment, wondering what they could have done differently. They might have believed they weren't enough. They might have believed they were too broken to be loved. They might have believed they were destined to lose. But Buddhism teaches that these beliefs are not truth. They are thoughts created by pain. They are emotions disguised as facts. And if you believe them, you will stay stuck. But when you begin healing, you start seeing clearly. You start seeing that the suffering wasn't proof that you are weak. It was proof that you were carrying too much. It wasn't proof that you are unworthy. It was proof that you were attached to what wasn't aligned. It wasn't proof that you are destined to fail. It was proof that you were learning. It was proof that you were being reshaped. And once you see suffering like this, you stop making it your identity. This is where the transformation happens. Buddhism teaches impermanence. Everything changes. Pain changes. Emotions change. Situations change. Even you change. That means the version of you right now is not permanent. The one who is crying. The one who is tired. The one who feels lost. The one who feels broken. That version of you is not the final version. That version of you is temporary. It is a phase. It is a season. It is a moment in your story. But your mind tricks you into thinking it is forever. That is the illusion of suffering. It makes the present feel like eternity. But the truth is, the storm passes. And when it passes, you will not return to who you were. You will become someone new. The version of you that will win is the version of you that learns boundaries, the version that learns self-respect, the version that stops chasing people who don't choose them, the version that stops begging for attention, the version that stops sacrificing peace for love, the version that stops explaining themselves to people committed to misunderstanding them, the version that stops giving energy to what drains them. The winning version of you is the one who becomes emotionally independent, the one who can be alone and still feel whole, the one who can lose something and still remain stable, the one who can face rejection and still keep dignity, the one who can face uncertainty and still stay calm, the one who can be criticized and still stay confident, the one who can go through hardship and still choose peace. That is the version of you that will win. But to become that version, something must break, something must end, something must be removed. And that is what life does through pain. Pain removes illusions. Pain removes weak habits. Pain removes ego. Pain removes dependency. Pain removes the version of you that was too afraid to change. Buddhism teaches that clinging is suffering. When you cling to your old identity, you suffer. When you cling to the past, you suffer. When you cling to people who left, you suffer. When you cling to outcomes you cannot control, you suffer. So pain forces you to stop clinging. It forces you to release. And when you release, you grow. The version of you that suffered might have been trying to control life, trying to force people to stay, trying to force outcomes to work, trying to force love to be real. trying to force peace through external things. But the version of you that will win is the version that understands, the version that accepts, the version that detaches, the version that flows, the version that builds peace from within. Because Buddhism teaches that peace is not found in the world, peace is created in the mind. And when you create peace, you become powerful, you become unstoppable. The winning version of you is not loud. It is not desperate. It is not needy. It is calm. It is steady. It is disciplined. It is aware. It does not rush. It does not beg. It does not chase. It does not break easily. It observes. It breathes. It thinks. It chooses wisely. That is the version of you that will win. And the most beautiful part is this: your suffering is already building that version. Your pain is already shaping your strength. Your hardship is already teaching you wisdom. Even if you cannot see it yet, you are already becoming different. You are already becoming stronger. You are already learning what you will never tolerate again. You are already learning what matters. You are already learning how to protect your peace. You are already learning how to choose yourself. You are already learning how to let go. So don't make the mistake of thinking this pain is your end. Don't make the mistake of thinking this broken version of you is your final form. It is not. This is not your ending. This is your training. This is your transformation. One day, you will look back and realize something that will shock you. You will realize that the suffering you thought was destroying you was actually preparing you for a better life, preparing you for stronger love, preparing you for deeper peace, preparing you for a mindset that cannot be broken again so easily. So when your mind tells you, "I'm not going to make it," remember this truth: the version of you that suffered is not the version of you that will win. The version of you that will win is being built right now, quietly, painfully, patiently. And when that version arrives, you will no longer beg life to be different. You will no longer chase people who don't value you. You will no longer settle for less than you deserve. You will no longer live in fear of losing, because you will finally understand what Buddhism has been teaching all along. Everything that breaks you is also shaping you. And the one who survives the breaking becomes unstoppable. 22. You don't need a new life, you need a new mind. Most people think they need a new life to finally feel okay. They think if they change their city, they will feel peace. If they change their job, they will feel happy. If they change their relationship, they will feel whole. If they make more money, they will feel secure. If they get attention, they will feel valued. If they become successful, they will finally breathe. So they chase, they run, they escape, they restart again and again. But no matter where they go, no matter what they achieve, no matter what they change on the outside, the same pain returns, the same anxiety returns, the same emptiness returns. The same overthinking returns, because they forgot one truth Buddhism teaches clearly: you don't need a new life, you need a new mind. Because the mind is the lens through which you experience everything. The mind is the place where happiness is created. The mind is the place where suffering is created. The mind is the home where peace lives or where chaos lives. And if your mind is chaotic, your life will always feel chaotic, even if everything outside looks perfect. That is why Buddhism focuses on the mind first, because the world can change 1,000 times, but if your mind stays the same, your suffering stays the same. People want new beginnings, but they keep carrying old thinking. They want to heal, but they keep feeding the same negative thoughts. They want peace, but they keep clinging to control. They want happiness, but they keep attaching their worth to others. They want confidence, but they keep comparing themselves. They want freedom, but they keep chasing validation. So even when life changes, their mind stays trapped. And the truth is simple. You cannot escape your own mind. Your mind travels with you. Wherever you go, there you are. This is why so many people feel lost, because they change everything except the one thing that actually shapes their life, the way they think. Buddhism teaches that suffering begins in the mind, not because life is fake, but because the mind reacts to life. Two people can experience the same event, and one will suffer deeply while the other stays calm. Why? Because of the mind. One mind is trained, one mind is wild, one mind is disciplined, one mind is addicted to fear, one mind is aware, one mind is unconscious. The difference is not the event, it is the interpretation. This is why Buddhism teaches mindfulness. Mindfulness is not a trend, it is not just sitting quietly. Mindfulness is training your mind to stop creating unnecessary suffering. It is learning to observe your thoughts without believing every thought. It is learning to notice your emotions without being controlled by them. It is learning to stay present instead of living inside regret and anxiety. The more mindful you become, the more you realize that the mind is the root. The reason you don't need a new life is because even if you get a new life, you will repeat the same pain if your mind stays the same. If you are insecure now, you will still be insecure in a new city. If you overthink now, you will still overthink in a new relationship. If you are anxious now, you will still be anxious with more money. If you need validation now, you will still need validation even when you become famous. Because these are not life problems, these are mind problems. And mind problems require mind transformation, not life escape. A new mind begins when you stop running from your inner world. Most people don't suffer because life is too hard. They suffer because they don't know how to sit with themselves. They don't know how to face their emotions. They don't know how to process pain. They don't know how to handle rejection. They don't know how to be alone without feeling empty. So they run, they distract. They numb, they attach, they chase. But Buddhism teaches that the only way out is through. You must face yourself. You must meet yourself. You must understand yourself. And when you understand yourself, you become free. A new mind also begins when you stop believing every thought. Most people think their thoughts are facts. They think if their mind says, "I'm not good enough," it must be true. If their mind says, "I will fail," it must be true. If their mind says, "I'm unlovable," it must be true. But Buddhism teaches that thoughts are just mental events. They are not reality. They are not permanent truth. They are often fear, trauma, insecurity, conditioning, and habit. When you learn to observe thoughts without becoming them, you stop suffering unnecessarily. You create distance between you and the mind's noise. And in that distance, you find freedom. A new mind begins when you stop clinging. Buddhism teaches that attachment is suffering. Attachment is when you need something outside to feel okay inside. You need someone's love to feel worthy. You need someone's attention to feel important. You need success to feel valuable. You need control to feel safe. But everything outside is unstable. People change. Situations change. Life changes. So when your happiness depends on unstable things, your peace becomes fragile. A new mind is a mind that is not dependent. A new mind is a mind that is grounded. A new mind is a mind that can stay calm even when life changes. This is why Buddhism teaches detachment. Detachment is not coldness. Detachment is freedom from dependence. It is loving without clinging. It is caring without losing yourself. It is enjoying without fear of loss. It is living without begging life to be predictable. And when you detach, you stop suffering the way you used to. A new mind also begins when you stop taking everything personally. Most people suffer because they take everything personally. Someone doesn't reply, they think they are unimportant. Someone criticizes them, they think they are worthless. Someone leaves, they think they are unlovable. But Buddhism teaches that people's actions often reflect their own mind, their own wounds, their own immaturity, their own fears, not your value. A new mind understands this. A new mind stops making everything about the ego. A new mind stops attaching identity to every event, and because of that, it stays peaceful. A new mind begins when you stop living in the past. The past is one of the greatest prisons. People keep replaying old pain, old mistakes, old heartbreak, old regrets, and they suffer again and again. But Buddhism teaches impermanence. The past is gone. It cannot be changed. It cannot be fixed. You can learn from it, but you cannot live inside it. A new mind accepts this. A new mind lets go. A new mind returns to the present. And the present is where peace exists. A new mind also begins when you stop living in fear of the future. Anxiety is the mind living in the future. It is fear of what might happen, fear of loss, fear of rejection, fear of failure. But Buddhism teaches that the future is unknown. It is not real yet. So suffering about it is unnecessary. A new mind learns to focus on the present and take one step at a time. A new mind learns trust. Trust in life. Trust in growth. Trust that even if things go wrong, you will survive. That trust creates peace. But here is the part people need to hear clearly. A new mind does not happen by accident. It happens by practice. It happens by discipline. It happens by repetition. You must train your mind the same way you train your body. You must strengthen awareness. You must strengthen patience. You must strengthen self-control. You must strengthen mindfulness. You must build habits that protect your peace, because a mind left untrained will always return to chaos. This is why Buddhism is not about belief. It is about practice, practice of breathing, practice of awareness, practice of meditation, practice of compassion, practice of detachment, practice of observing thoughts, practice of letting go. And the more you practice, the more your mind changes. And when your mind changes, your whole life changes. Because a peaceful mind turns a simple life into happiness. A chaotic mind turns a perfect life into suffering. A wise mind turns pain into growth. A weak mind turns pain into collapse. A disciplined mind turns challenges into lessons. An undisciplined mind turns challenges into disasters. So you don't need a new life. You need a new mind. A mind that is calm. A mind that is aware. A mind that is disciplined. A mind that can let go. A mind that can accept change. A mind that can remain steady even when the world is shaking. And once you build that mind, you will realize something powerful. Nothing outside has to change for you to feel free. Because the moment your mind becomes free, your life becomes free. That is the true transformation. Not a new life, a new mind. So if life feels like it's breaking you right now, don't assume you're finished. Don't assume you're cursed. Don't assume you're falling behind. What's really happening is deeper than that. Life is forcing you to wake up. It's forcing you to detach from what was draining you. It's forcing you to stop clinging to what was never stable. It's forcing you to build a mind that doesn't collapse every time life changes. Buddhism teaches that suffering is not always there to destroy you. Sometimes it arrives to free you from attachment, to free you from illusions, to free you from the version of yourself that kept settling, kept begging, kept fearing, kept needing, because the truth is, you don't need a perfect life to feel peace. You need a peaceful mind. You don't need everyone's approval to feel worthy. You need inner clarity. You don't need life to stop changing. You need to stop fighting the change. And once you understand that, tough times stop feeling like punishment. They start feeling like training, like transformation, like the universe sharpening you into someone stronger, calmer, wiser, and more unshakable. So the next time life breaks something in your world, don't panic. Pause, breathe, observe, and remind yourself, this is not the end of me. This is life making space for the real me to rise. Because when the storm passes, you won't just survive. You'll be free.